Yo, good morning, good morning, good morning, good people. Welcome to Deconstructing Christianity. I am your host, Coach Renz, and welcome back from the weekend. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend as we are going to discuss religion breeds hatred and is government controlled. There is a reason for this conversation today, and I look forward to having it. I see Chuck McNorris is already here, live on the set. Trying to get the TikTok acting right. It don't want to act right. Let's get this one going. All right, there we go. So I hope everybody had a great weekend. We are going to jump into this discussion and have our conversation about religion breeds hatred, as we saw a great example of that over the weekend. And I mean, there's tons of examples, but over the weekend truly irritated me of some of the hatred that religion breeds. And so we're going to have a discussion about it. I'm going to give a few minutes to let people get on and get myself together. So this week our live would just be Tuesday and Wednesday. Thursday I have another doctor's appointment. So Thursday I will not be able to be here after my doctor's appointment this last Thursday. They said they got to come back and redo it on this Thursday. So nothing wrong, no issues, no major issues, nothing like that. It's just the VA. I mean, the VA is good here. I mean, not say that. The VA does a wonderful thing. But yeah, so I got to go. So Thursday we won't have a live. And then Friday, of course, we're moving and then we're going on vacation. And I will try to figure out some lives that I'll be able to do while we are away. I don't know how much stuff I can carry, though. I know I can take my laptop, but I can't take all these microphones and all this shit. So the lives will be kind of hit or miss after this week until after the new year, because we'll be on the road starting on Sunday. This upcoming Sunday, we're gonna hit the road and we'll be traveling. So lives are gonna be a few here and there, right? Here and there. So if you haven't booked your cruise yet, you need to book your meetup cruise for October 31st of 2026. Leaving out of New Orleans, 5-day cruise going to Chichen Itza. I did not book cabins, so there are no cabins to get for me to sail. You go straight to Carnival, the ship the Valor that leaves out of New Orleans for a 5-day cruise that goes to Chichen Itza. We're doing the cenote excursion, and when we get to Promise or something, Mexico. So, hey, this is a get in where you fit in kind of thing. And from my understanding, most of the cabins are already booked. So get in where you fit in. For those who have already booked, we just gonna have fun with just the 2s and throughs and 5s and 6, 8 and 12s that's there. Just have a good old time. So this conversation today, what sparked this subject matter? How many of you guys are aware of what happened in Australia, in Bondi Beach? Put a 1 in the comment if you are aware of what happened at Bondi Beach in Australia over the weekend. I mean, I don't watch the news, and I heard about it. So I'm pretty sure some of y'all heard about what happened at Bondi Beach in Australia over the weekend. Just put a little 1 in the comment if you heard about it. Because this situation is a perfect example of how religion breeds hatred and that it is all government controlled. Now, without the government, without elitists, religion would not be the hated thing, the hatred causing thing to which it is, the poison to which it is. A lady called terrorist cells cancerous on the news. Religion is the true cancerous thing in our society. Damn, only one person know what happened at Bondi Beach. Bondi Beach. I don't know if it's pronounced Bondi or Bondi, but damn, just one person. Okay, then. So let me tell you. So Bondi Beach is in Australia, and over the weekend was the first day of Hanukkah. And the large Jewish community was gathering at Bondi Beach in order to celebrate the first day of Hanukkah. And then you had two Islamic zealots, extremists, terrorists, whatever name you want to give them, showed up, planted a few incendiary bombs on a couple of cars, and had long rifles and began shooting at the people on the beach. They killed 15 people. 15 people. And one of them was a Holocaust survivor. I heard that one. And another was a 10-year-old child. My heart goes out to those families who suffered through this. The two gentlemen who opened fire on the Jewish people who were celebrating Hanukkah, they were Muslims. Then, and I already see the lies that people are going to post. I already see the hatred that people are going to post on TikTok. It bewilders me that people are so caught up in their religion that they are spreading false information. Then somewhat out of nowhere, the gunman, the father, it was a father-son gunman. Then this gentleman, this hero, who is a Syrian immigrant to Australia, works as a fruit vendor. Well, is a fruit vendor. Comes up behind one of the terrorists, grab him by the neck, but from the back, wrestles the gun away from him. Even though people are saying that he's had some military training, the way that he was holding the gun after he took the gun away from that man, that man that man is not familiar with guns. Took the gun away from him. And see, this is what I'm saying, y'all. I would normally just tell the story, but we got a gentleman over here, Eli. He's saying that how can you say he was Muslim? You can't find his IDF post because his freaking family, when they interviewed him, talked about him being Muslim. That part. Do you see what I'm saying? People want all this. Somebody started spreading that he was a Lebanese Christian. But this man was Muslim who attacked the other Muslim to wrestle the gun away. He took 2 bullets to the arm and was hospitalized himself. The father of the terrorist was killed and the son was critically wounded. But what's funny is that this man, who is an immigrant to Australia, and Australia has different gun laws than America. It's hard you can have a gun, but it's hard to get a gun. Their police, they have so few gun violence that their police don't generally carry guns. If they do, the guns are in the trunk. So when people are like, why wasn't the Australian police doing more? Why did this man have to do so much? Like when I lived in Germany, police didn't carry guns. And oftentimes the gun, if there might be 1 or 2 cops who got guns, and that gun would be in the trunk. So they didn't walk around with guns. So Australia, from my research, is very similar to that. They don't have heavy police patrols, and gun violence is just not one of the main things that happens in their area in Australia. Right. And certainly mass things like this. Yes. In America, unfortunately, we're used to mass shootings in America, but in Australia, they're not. So now what's funny, the man is Muslim who attacked him, who the hero. The people in Australia are elated. They talk about naming a national day after him, that he should get the FIFA. He should have got the FIFA prize. That they are appreciative of what this man did. But the world at large is split. The first thing that happened is you had a bunch of American people putting out that this man was a Lebanese Christian. They didn't talk about the fact of what he did. They wanted to make sure that the world did not think that this man was Muslim. His family up there being interviewed talked about him being Muslim. They praying for him, right? This man is Muslim, but they want to make him something else. They want to make this man a Lebanese Christian. The Trump, when talking about the man, can't even say his name. And at first I thought, well, maybe Trump wasn't saying his name because, you know, I'm an optimist. I'm always looking for, even with people I don't care for, I still look for the optimistic viewpoint on most subject matter. I know it bites me in the ass half the time, but I'm just a very optimistic person. So at my first thought, well, maybe they don't know the name of the guy when he spoke about it. No, sorry, I was wrong. They knew the name of the guy. He just didn't want to say it. The far right wing in America does not want to hear that a Muslim saved Jews from extremist Muslims. Christians hate that. They can't stand it. So what do? What is Trump up there saying? The guy, the person, refusing to say that man's name because the man is Muslim. And he can't have the narrative of giving praise. He got to give praise to the man. There's no way any world leader cannot give praise to the man for doing what he did. There's no way that no one cannot give that man praise for what he did. If anybody, there's been a few stupid ass people who've been saying, oh, it all looked like a setup. I don't think that man really is a hero. It all looked a little sketchy to me. That is your religious hatred showing itself. I don't normally look at the news, but I spent time looking at the news this weekend about this story, and it just amazes me how even the new networks who covered it, you got the BBC, when they covered it, boom, they talking about how the man was a hero. The Australian networks, Sky, they all talking about how the man was a hero. That got just as much treatment as the Islamic terrorists and what happened to these Jewish people celebrating the first day of Hanukkah. It was equal treatment, balanced, right? The hero lifted up. The tragedy talked about. The anti-Semitism and the policies in Australia and the president of Australia, the premier, talked about equally. American news sources, though, hell no. What does the mayor of New York have to do with what happened in Australia? But they made it connect on Fox News. They was like, oh, there's anti-Semitism down there that's happening in Australia, and these cells are there, and the mayor of New York, and he's an anti-Semitic, and da-da-da, and apples ain't got nothing to do with each other. Ain't got nothing to do with each other. But they had it, just had to get it in there. They talked about the man who I watched like 6 or 7 editorial shows on Fox, and they talked about the man who saved the people, who initiated the stoppage. He got like 2 minutes of airplay on an editorial, and then the anti-Semitism, the policies, the gun policies in Australia, the terrorist cell, and then other things that ain't got shit to do with it, got the rest of the 20 minutes. It's like they got 28 minutes. The guy who saved the people got 2 minutes. 30-minute show. It's so egregious, the fact that that the media and the politics must maintain the separation and division. Heavens to murgatory. Don't let it be that a Muslim man saved Jews from other Muslim terrorists. We can't have that. Hell no. That sounds like a person who says that my heart and what is more important of saving lives, that is more important than the fanaticism of these people who share my religion, right? So, but we got to keep the divide. And of course, that made me go down more of a rabbit hole. It made me go down more of a rabbit hole of just contemplating, thought exercises, thinking about the fact that hold on, sorry. I did research. I saw some of the stuff that came up that said about David Cohen and that he is the young man, but that they look similar. They do look similar, but I don't think that there's anything real with David Cohen. If you don't know, people were saying that the younger man who was a shooter was David Cohen, and he's an Israeli, and he was shooting his own people. He's an Israeli extremist. But although I think they look similar, but they not the same person. That was, I can't say his name, Nasid, yeah, whatever the guy's name, that was his name. It was the father and the son. Plus, they tracked that father and son through multiple countries. All right. See, and here's the thing. This is what's funny. Somebody don't agree with you. Somebody's not on their conspiracy theory or their hatred. Oh, you brainwashed. Come on, bro. Who's brainwashed? The person who actually go do some research, or the person who just sees somebody pop up a false Facebook page of David Cohen? Come on. They kill me. They kill me with this. Like, this is the problem. This is what I'm talking about. The whole, if you don't get nothing out of today, get the fact that you let your religion, and then beyond, because your religion creates hatred, and it creates racism, and it creates all these other different things that separate us. Instead of you being able to have a conversation, we got to drop down to, oh, you're brainwashed. You got to call your name. We got to try to disparage your character. We got to figure out a way to put more enmity between people instead of being adults and having a conversation about something. It's cool to disagree. I don't care about disagreement. But when you got to push a disagreement to the level where it creates insult, or it possibly can create insult, because I'm not insulted. It'll take a lot more than that to insult me. But you know what I'm saying? It's like there's a natural thing that these religions create that causes people to hate people. Right? And people they fall for it constantly. And I started thinking more deeply about the fact that there is not one religion that has existed that it wasn't controlled nor created by the elites and controlled by the governments and the elites. You are not participating in a religion that you just found to uplift you and to be the truth. The root of every religion is government and elites. The changes that create denominations is government and elites. There is no version of any religion that an elitist person did not create that change. Regular Joe Schmo around the corner didn't create shit. You're all believing in shit that some grand person, some king, some queen, some politician, and created and controlled. You think American Christians in America, because Americans, we seem to think that we just have all this religious freedom and we just create it and people can do whatever they want to do. Bullshit. Every person that came over here and established Christianity, they had an elitist connection. Even the Pilgrims and the Puritans. It was the top dogs within them that separated from the Anglican Church and came to the Americas. And then all the Anglicans started coming and kind of ran roughshod over the Puritans and established and start being the people in charge of this country. Every church and every connection, every denomination has an elitist at the top of it. At the top of it. So we don't, when people think that they are free and they are thinking freely, even from your apostolics, Polycarp was an elite. He taught Irenaeus. Irenaeus claims that Polycarp was taught by John. And so there's this apostolic succession. And that's a Christian's main claim, especially in Catholicism, as to the validity of their religion. Not the fisherman Peter, not them, but it is through these scholarly elites. Because you don't have anything written by by Peter, nothing written by Jesus, nothing written by any of these other people. The names weren't given, the names weren't attributed to any of the writings until 180 with Irenaeus. So it is all because elites decided to create and write this religion and then proliferate it. That is the only reason you have it. And then the Roman government really put their foot into it. So it makes no sense. I mean, I'm not saying people are, you are controlled by the religion, and then all the religions create hatred. All of them claim to be the only way, and well, most of them claim to be the one and only true way. And anybody who doesn't follow our way is going to hell. Everybody who's everybody who don't believe in the way I believe, you're going to be destroyed. And if you don't, we the chosen people. We the chosen people, and everybody else can be our slaves. That is this religion. That is religion. Let me see. Oh, I didn't see that somebody was in the waiting room. I guess they're not anymore. But that's all it is. That's all it is. Anybody who would claim that these religions does not produce hatred, you would be a liar. Especially Christianity. You would be a complete and utter liar. So the moment a religion says that a certain group of people are the chosen people, and the moment that it says that the only way to be with this God and the only way to live your life is based on this religion, you are creating separation, division. You are creating hatred, because no one else is going, and everybody's not going to agree with you. These religions has done nothing but destroy societies, kill and maim people. The people in the Americas were governing themselves, enjoying themselves, doing their own thing. Nobody asked somebody to come over here and take away their religion, take away their culture. People in Africa enjoying themselves. People in hell, the people in Europe, Britannia, enjoying themselves. Nobody asked the Romans to come in there and take away their religion. They were happy little druids, doing whatever they do, druiding it all up. The people in Germania were worshiping Odin. Then here comes the Romans and forcing them into Christianity. People in Egypt was doing their own thing. Here come the fucking Romans. Well, the Greeks first. It's fucking up their religion. At least the Greeks tried to merge. The Romans were just like, hell no, we Christian now, so you fuckers are Christian. Every religion, every last one of them, especially Christianity. Christianity and Islam are the two worst. I will say that. Christianity and Islam are the top. They 1A and 1B. 1A and 1B. And you can interchange either one for 1A and 1B. But Christianity and Islam is 1A and 1B. as the most destructive religions on the planet, the most destructive religion that has probably ever been seen. Even though Judaism has many stories of genocide, we know that at least we know most of those stories are false, right? At least we know the flood didn't happen. At least we know Exodus didn't happen. And if Exodus didn't happen, all that reign of destruction and genocide that they claim, we know that none of it happened. So at least we know that they just the bully on the block that lies about the enemies he's fought. You know, the one that say, "Oh yeah, you know why." No, perfect example. This dude, when I was in high school, he comes from New York, and he's telling all these stories about how he beating up everybody in New York. Right? We can't validate it. So they the bully on the block that's making a lot of claims, but shit, we've seen the history of Christianity and Islam. Destructive religions, violent and vile religions. And each one of them is controlled by government forces. And they love to keep us separated and will continue to do so. Let's see what IG got going on. What up, IG?
What's happening? Can y'all hear me?
You're a little bit muffled.
Hold on. Let me switch over to some technology. Hold on.
Yeah, while you switching over, trying to light my cigar.
Right. Is this much clearer?
Yes, it is.
Okay, excellent. Yes, excellent topic as usual, my brother. I totally agree, and I'm so glad that you're having this discussion from this angle because that's where I think where a lot of atheists and agnostics and people who are deconstructing, I'm glad that you're focused on this is the institution that we're talking about. And most people don't get why this is real to them. Like I stress to people, like I'll give them concessions. Said, yes, your God is real. Let me show you how the institution, let me give you the history. Let me show you how it plays a role in your government. Let me show you how nobody's spiritual belief system just determined after you die. I said, it would be so good if we could find out this shit after we die. But the truth of it is that we have to deal with it while we yet live. And I think most men and women are kind of really starting to suspect that they really know that this shit isn't like the mysticism of it and everything. They know it's not real, but I think they don't want to give up the utility of it. I think that most human beings, this is my opinion, really are so egotistical. Of course they would want to create their ideals as deity. Even if a person who is innovative, of course, if I'm able to create this ideal or something that can change the environment, people around me, of course a human being is going to create a god complex. If I have a gift or a skill or anything or an I philosophy, of course it reeks of humanity. So I think that they know that this is the case, but they themselves, every person who subscribes to this belief, they be so defensive about it because when you talk about their God, when you talk about their ideology, you are truly talking about them. And the reason, and I'm gonna just land my plane right here because it's a living word once again that they keep saying. And I do know that to be true, not because it's mysticism. If a human mind wrote the ideal, you can relate to the Bible, you can relate to all those things in the text. The humanism of it, I think, is why people are more connected. They can see the human ideology in it. And I think most humans are egotistical to where they want their emotions to be seen and rectified as deity.
Now, would you say that is why, even though they see the atrocities within the religion, they still, because of the humanism is it, they still stay connected to it?
Yes, because yes, I mean, because it'd be so clear that because when I hear certain debates, right, and people be like, "Well, I can't speak for God. Well, I can't say, well, God, why?" But when someone you're trying to rebuttal your argument, you then go into the positions of defending, well, maybe God this. The reason why it allows
Mhm.
them to do that, because how it is written. Now, most people. who have basic reading skills can easily read that comprehension should be able to read that book and understand that it's for a tribal. It's a very specific time. It's very, 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 very nationalistic. I don't understand how any person who took a basic civics, geography, or history class, an elementary student could read that Bible, and if they know at least seventh grade civics and government, will be able to come to the conclusion how very specific this book is. It would be just like reading the Magna Carta to them.
Continue. It'll be because
Not
I'm
the Magna Carta. I'm sorry. It would be like no, no. I'm sorry. It would be like it would be. I said the Magna Carta. I'm so sorry, sir. No, 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 no.
yeah.
It would be like no, no. It would be like reading world like American history to them.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't have the religious deity and deityism attached to it, if they looked in the Bible, they would read it the same way that you would comprehend someone's history with the mysticism. I don't think they wouldn't deify it. Anyone who understands bloodlines, nationalism, countries, tribes, if you read that book, there's no way you can walk away from that and think that it's a universal principle.
No, there's no way you can. And
No
I
way you
agree.
can.
Which is why I say it creates all this separation and hatred. And I think anybody, if you weren't pushed by family and culture, I don't think anyone would read this book today and think that this is a good God or a good book or a good system to follow or anything of such. But because our government has been shoving it down our throats in league with the elites, people think that these religions are the right way to be and the right way to think. And it's
Hmm.
difficult. It's difficult for them to extract themselves out of it because
Hmm.
it's part of their social culture to believe in these things. I mean, because you get looked at like you crazy if you uh, say that you don't believe in the God or in any God. You know, especially if you and not to, but other people may not experience this, but especially if you're black. If you black and you in America and you say you don't believe in God, they look at you like you got five heads on your shoulder, like you're
Yep.
a strange being. They would be more willing. I recognize that they will be more willingly accepted if I said, "Nah, I don't believe in the God of the Bible. I believe in I'm Muslim." You will be more accepted as a black man believing being Islamic than you would be just not believing in a God. Period. And you get treated like an exile, like you're a weird being. And it kills me that they still they'll be accepting of a Muslim and won't press the Muslim, but they'll press you if you are don't believe in a God, period. You get pressed.
Because you're saying you don't believe in them. When you say when you say you don't believe in their God, to them that truly signals that you don't believe in me. You don't believe in what I think it should be. And that's why, even from a person who was, deconstructed, my people come from the shamanism and the root workers. So you don't think when I got out of it, I didn't try to like deconstruct it and find some secret code and stuff like that. And even with doing that, there was no way for me to do that type of research to try to get this spiritual understanding for me to not be able to say, wait a minute, this is a system. This is a system of code. This is a system of hold on.
Mhm.
This is man. This is sounds so much. And then it almost like it's gonna sound extreme, I'm about to say, but it almost gives me that the authors of the Bible have the pathology of P. Diddy. Like if you think about it, the jealousy, the rage, the little dick mentality, the covetedness, the murder, the psychopathic, the
Mhm.
sociopathic. I think that this is why most of these, especially men now, well, I'm a man too, and sometimes I be sitting up here like, damn, I'm glad that I'm born a man and a biological male because the world that men make women have to live in, I don't want to be a woman because we so terrible. But either here or there, I'm looking at how I'm looking at how like damn, This sounds like to me as another man that I have to deal with the pressures. This reeks to me of a sausage party. This reeks to me that it's group mentality, like that same thing, a group of niggas that's hanging out doing the same thing. For me, when I read this patriarchal Bible, and it gives me that same sausage party. You only care. That's why some of these niggas are on the DL. You know, I'm a same gender lover man. I could say it. I ain't never understood so many men who only. Ladies, do you realize most men are only wanting to be with you because of what other men think? See, I fuck another man, and I still don't care about what other men think to the degree that the man that you are sleeping next to, men are only having sex and wanting to be with bad bitches because they care about how other men care. The homosexuals, we definitely look, it ain't a choice, sweetheart. If I could not, if I naturally was attracted to women, do you think I would be attracted to us niggas? Absolutely not. A woman is way more understanding. Neither here or there. This ideal that goes into the egotism too. That's why I would never be able to be with a same gender loving man. And you have a biblical principle. I could see why a homosexual man would want to think that God is a he, him, and his. But for you straight men, that you trying to tell me the first vagina was all made from he, him, and his? That don't make no sense, bro. The first pussy can't be made from all dick derived ingredients. And you wonder why men and women have the complications of relationships that they have?
I'm sorry. That was funny as shit, boy.
Yeah, but I'm gonna
But
go ahead and drop it. I know these people probably tired of hearing my mouth, but yes, it's us human mind beings. When you talk, when you tell these people that you don't, that's why they love that retaliation. Oh, you gonna see, and see the dangerous part of that for you esoteric bitches. The reason why that let me promo pray for you, I don't accept that either. Because what that allows these sick people to do, what they're gonna do is think that they get the right to project the fucked up shit that they think you deserve in the next life. See, that's dangerous too. Because bitch, you're not gonna wait till the next life. You're gonna wait in this life. And people want the ability to do that. Especially Black Americans and oppressed people, you take away the ability for them to feel like they are above or beneath someone else. And that's for most people, that's what they need to sustain themselves. So talk about these niggas, God, you're talking about that lower root chakra unbalanced ego.
you know, you have left me speechless for this on today. That's the first time. So with that, I'm gonna bring somebody else up real quick.
Yeah, take care, man. Love you, brother. Appreciate what you do. You heard me? I
Appreciate
gotta
you.
get ready to go to the plantation my damn self.
Don't let it bring you down. Don't let it bring you
Oh,
down.
well, baby, I actually enjoy being an employee in Atlanta. It's a little different when you're black and gay in Atlanta and you got a good work ethic. So I will
You in
say that
Atlanta
this,
now?
yeah, I moved here like 2024 of last year. You heard me, and my work ethic has never, ever, ever, ever got me this. I mean, it's got me far in life,
Mm-hmm.
but it truly has. I can see like, oh wow, the difference of being in positions in San Antonio, Texas, where I have to be 10 times as good to get as half as much. So having that same type of discipline, it's almost like I'm an autopilot here, and I do security, and I
Oh,
enjoy doing security.
okay. All right.
I'll let y'all later.
All right. Stay on. IG never, never, never disappoints. Scott,
What's up, man?
how you doing? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show.
Man, why do y'all hate God so much, man? Why
Let me,
y'all hating on God, man?
okay. Why do y'all always assume that because we don't believe in your God, we're hating your God? I cannot hate something that I don't believe exists. You understand what I'm saying? It's like that's one of the coping cop out things that I'm assuming you're a believer that y'all utilize.
But
We don't hate
the
your God.
thing is, brother, if there's no God, then what's the point of life? Why even get out of bed in the morning if everything is meaningless? Without God, we're just accidents.
Actually, I think
What?
it's pretty sad that you have to have a God in order to have meaning in your life. Um, my first development of meaning in my life was the love of my family when I was a child. As I grew, I developed love for other things around me that gave me meaning. As an adult, I had a wife that gave me meaning. I was a Marine. Being a Marine gave me meaning. Having children gave me meaning. Wanting to do and experience certain things in life gives me meaning. I don't need a God to have meaning. If you need a God to have meaning, then I wonder, would you even have morals?
Well, that's a good question. That's a great question, because without God, how can anything be right or wrong?
Because morality is subjective.
But that's just an opinion.
That's not an opinion. That's a fact. That's a pure fact.
So, yeah, but subjective morality would make morality an opinion, right?
Well, yes. Subjective morality does make morality opinion, which is why you go to certain countries, they have a different morality than the country that you're in. Have you ever been to a different country that had a different moral stance than what you have in your country?
I try not to go to them other countries.
I mean, I'm just asking.
No, I hear what you're saying. I've been in other countries, and
Right.
yeah, they got different laws. They got different they different. They do things a lot different. But
So who's right?
the only law that counts, though.
But who's right and who's wrong?
God.
So then if you went to another country and if you went to Libya today, Libya still has the trans-Sahara slave trade.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be correct then, because the Bible, the God of the Bible is okay with slavery. So
yeah, the Bible regulates the practice of slavery back when slavery was the commercial way to make a living, the way to protect one's life. See, if you was in a war and you were defeated, you could either live out there in the land and die because you got no home no more, you got no food, or we could take you in as a slave. That's God having mercy on you. Slavery is merciful. We're all slaves, sir.
No,
we're all slaves
no, we're
to
not.
God or sin.
So Leviticus 25:44 through 46 doesn't say anything about being a POW, doesn't say anything about you not owning land or having a home. It purely says your male and female slaves you may buy from foreigners or foreigners who live amongst you, and you will own them as property and pass them down to your sons as an inheritance of property. But as for your Israelites, do not treat them harshly as you would treat the foreigner. So you can treat a foreign slave harshly, and it had nothing to do with it being someone without a home. Fathers were able to sell their daughters into slavery, and women, even though the Israelites were sold into indentured servitude, the women Israelites were slave property for life unless they came in with a husband. But if they didn't come in with a husband, then they were slaves for life. This isn't about mercy. That is the coping thing that Christians have tried to utilize today to separate the atrocity of slavery so that you can still believe in your book.
Yeah, I understand. And a lot of these Christians, I call them weak-kneed, flag-waving, phony Christians, because they try to skirt around the issue,
But
which the real issue is that what God says is what's right, not what we think.
Slavery is right. You should believe that slavery is right.
God didn't condemn it.
So you think that it's okay to own another person?
God said we're all owned by somebody, either the devil or God.
So let me ask you this one then. According to the Bible, if a young girl who is not betrothed to a man is raped and the man is caught, the man then pays the father the bride price, and then the young girl has to marry her rapist, provide children for him. He can get another wife, but he still has to do the husbandly duties towards that woman, and he can never divorce her. So you think that it is right to force a rape victim to have to marry her rapist?
Yeah, because you know why? Because now that man has to be stuck with that woman for the rest of his life. There ain't nothing he can do about it. Now he's punished.
What about the woman who is having to be with and have sex with and provide children for and be a wife to a man who raped her?
But you do know women are property. Women are
okay. So yes, women are property.
See, that's what y'all don't understand.
No,
see, y'all need to understand that. See, women have a role in this world, and God has made that very clear in the Bible. See, you can father, she provides value to the father and the husband. You know, and if she's raped, she loses value. You see what I'm saying? And that's where all of this stuff. See, we got it upside down. We got it all upside down because the devil has confused us. We are confused because we let our, like you said, our subjective morality blind us to the truth. Because without God, like I said before, sir, anything can be right or wrong. If God doesn't exist, morality is just an opinion, right? Objective morality requires a divine lawgiver, and we may not understand it, but the reason we don't understand it is because we're fallen. And the Bible is very clear about that.
Oh, okay. So you believe that women are property. So women having the right to vote and thank you, Professor Hizzle.
I'm not confused, sir. I'm just agreeing with my brother here. He understands the Bible apparently. And he understands. It sounds like you understand that.
I understand it, but I think it's
just don't agree with. Yeah, I understand that.
Terrible.
Right,
so
right.
Don't put it like we are in agreement.
Right. I get it.
Right. So you would rather be in a situation you think that the world should be where women can't vote, right? Women can't give a pledge, and unless it's honored by a man. That if you think she cheated on you, you give her a magic potion to see if she has a miscarriage. You think all those things are fine, and slavery is fine, and genocide is fine.
Well, it's fine, but it's also fine if you don't want to go by the law too, because those laws only apply to God's chosen people, the Hebrews, the Jews. That law wasn't for the Gentiles. That law was for the Jews. That's for them.
Hold on, because Jesus, see, there's a difference between Jesus Christianity and Paul Christianity. Jesus Christianity, and it depends on which one you follow. Jesus Christianity says that you are supposed to maintain the laws, that you are not to take away one tittle of the law until heaven and earth has passed away. Now,
yeah, he didn't abolish the law. He didn't abolish the law for the Jews. No, he fulfilled them. As a Jewish person, Jesus was a good Jew. He fulfilled the law the way.
So you're a follower. So you're a follower of Paul then?
Well, because I'm a Gentile, yeah.
So you follow Paul's thoughts?
Yeah, because the Holy Spirit let Paul and the other apostles and leaders of the church know and understand that Gentiles were not under the yoke of the law. Now the Jews still are, because they're God's chosen people. And so Jesus never said that that they were released from the law ever. Did you know that?
No, I understand that. So what you're saying, then you would be okay if Israel came and genocided everyone in America who did not agree with them.
It depends if that was a command by the authority. If it was a command by subjective opinion, no.
How would you be able to determine it?
Well, that's a good question, because everything ended. Though the revelations ended after let's say shortly after the first century, when the apostles died off. Now we have the church. They are no longer knowledge was no longer imparted through the Holy Spirit in that way. So I know Mormons will disagree. I know Jehovah's Witnesses will disagree.
Of course, because you're playing it right into the point that the government and elitists took control and they decided that, and now you believe that.
Well, that's your interpretation.
No, that's what happened. It was writers within the Catholic Church who decided to, those church fathers who wrote that now the time frame of revelation is ended. That way they can maintain control based on the doctrines that they already have.
Mm-hmm.
Because
that's what they said. That's what they said. But now how you interpret that is all based on your framework. So if you start from a framework of God is not real, Christianity is false, of course you're going to look at it like man said all that. But if you have faith that God is real, then you're going to understand that that's the word of God.
If so, God cannot bring you revelation, a new thought. God cannot speak. No, but you just said that all that stopped.
Can or will? What do you mean?
You just said all that stopped.
It did stop.
God doesn't bring you revelation.
That's right.
So you don't get revelations.
The revelation, special revelation, is in the Bible.
So but is that not God? So if you look at the Bible, you read something, you see that and you have thought A. Somebody else reads the Bible, they have thought B. How do you know which one is right, thought A or thought B?
The Holy Spirit. Now, the Holy Spirit will help me to understand the Bible, but it will not reveal new information. It's not going to give me information about what God wills to do for another country on that level. It's basically the Bible tells you right there, all scripture is inspired by God, and God and the Holy Spirit gives you understanding. It's like a tool that you can use to decode the word.
So
you see what I'm saying?
So if President Trump reads the Bible, receives holy, how would you know if the Holy Spirit is telling him to go down here and attack Venezuela, or is it just about oil?
It's not. Donald Trump is just another human being, flawed, and he's not.
How would you know? How would you know if he's been directed by the Holy Spirit or not?
Because he's not in the Bible. Everything that's in the Bible is what I follow. If the Bible says it, I believe it. In the story.
Right. So the Bible says that Israel can go and genocide all the people up to the Euphrates, all the way up into Turkey, down across into Egypt to the borders of the Nile River. So you would be okay with that?
Like I said, it depends. Are you saying God directed that, or?
Yes. When God made his promise to Abraham, the landmass that the promise includes would be the top part of the Arabian Peninsula, so from the Nile River, clear all the way across to the Euphrates River, which goes into Iraq and cuts across the northern parts of Saudi Arabia, Syria, Jordan, all that, all the way up the Euphrates, which cuts across into the Turkish Peninsula, so Lebanon and all that. That is the promised land to Abraham. The way they was instructed in Joshua to gain that land was to go in and genocide all the people in that land. The ones that you didn't kill, you made them into your slaves. Your neighboring countries, you make them into your slaves. So that's what the Bible says. You would be okay with that?
Oh yeah, of course. It's the word of God. If God says it, like I already said that. If God says it, it's the truth, not what we think. You see what I'm saying? You're making yourself the authority.
I certainly am, because I have a higher moral compass than your God and you, because I do not think that it is okay for Israel to go and kill women, children, babies, non-combatant, to take away the sovereignty of another country. I do not think that they have that right because they believe in their God. And so all those women and children who will suffer from that, all the babies who will die from that, you're fine with all those children dying because they have to kill everything that has breath. I think that demonstrates exactly how much hatred this book creates, because
You're right.
Honestly, I think you are incredibly immoral for
This
standing here and
book,
saying that you support all these atrocities of this book.
this book is very hateful and it's very ignorant. It was born in a time of ignorance, and I'm laughing my ass off that you actually took me serious because you know who I am because
No,
you were on my show.
no, I
You
didn't.
don't remember me? Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I don't. Now I don't remember you, but I could tell by the way he was talking. I was like, okay, there's
Yeah.
I don't think he's serious, but I'm gonna push this and keep him on here until we get to a point.
No, I'm not serious about none of that. But you were actually we did an interview one time a few months ago this summer. You just don't remember, but yeah. I think it was before we called it the discussion, and now the channel's called the Mirror Point. But yeah, it was called the discussion. It was me and Sophia. But
Okay.
Yeah. So when I saw that you didn't remember me, that's why I went ahead and started playing along.
I ain't gonna lie, you know what? Majority of it, you had me. The part of me was like, this dude can't be real. But the majority, I gotta give it to you. The majority of it, you had me, and I was like, I'm gonna clip this shit.
Clip it anyways. It'd be great. I mean, because if you think about it, if they're really consistent, that's how they should actually talk. They should actually act like they're batshit crazy. Like if you really think about it. But all this dancing around, they're just being fake. They obviously know there's a problem with their book. And so they hate it, man. They hate their book. They run away from their book, you know.
They do. And man, you had so many people in the comments.
I saw
mad.
They want to kill me, buddy. They want to have my head.
That is exactly how they should be talking, though. They should be talking that way. They should believe those exact things. Because that's what their book talks about. Because it is so much hatred. I'm so mad
like the one where I think I was arguing with a Christian who was trying to debate me about the marriage sheet. You know how if you'd know that the woman was not a virgin on her marriage night, and they take her out and stone her. But as it turns out, over 50, close to 50% of women on their first time don't really bleed like that. Nope. So imagine all the people that died because of some crazy superstition like that.
Yeah, I think it's like only 46% of women actually bleed. And what they try to do is they try to say that, oh, it was one of those laws that they didn't actually practice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like, you don't freaking know.
Yeah,
you can't sit up here and say that. You just want to like say it's something so that it makes it work for you. Maybe not everybody practice it because not everybody practice every law. True,
exactly.
But that's some bullshit to try to say that it's something that never happened.
Cherry picking.
We don't have laws that somebody is not participating in. Like somebody in Virginia was taking a wife to the courthouse steps and beating her on a Sunday with a 12-inch whip.
Mm-hmm.
12 inch. Because it was on the books.
Mm-hmm.
It's still on the books. It's a blue law. So it's either Virginia or West Virginia, one of them. But somebody was doing it. Everybody in the community may not have, but somebody was doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody was like, oh hell no, she's not a virgin. And they stoned that girl because she didn't bleed.
That's the danger of it. That's why I was saying we were talking to a Trump person, and I said because we were talking about some of those crazy laws and this and that, slavery in particular, and I mentioned that. Well, what if Trump said, you know what? Let's go ahead and allow slavery again in this country. After all, the Bible says it's okay. It doesn't say you can't do it.
Right.
And I had conversation with people like, yeah, that's a good point. I think I'd go along with it. Shit, I need someone to cut my grass. I need somebody to do my yard work. Shit, I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't be opposed to that shit. You know, it's like, what? These are Christians now.
I know. Actually, you know that I'm gonna go ahead and put. I'm gonna hurt my own credibility. I'm gonna hurt my own credibility. When me and my wife were talking and we're talking about business and whatnot, I'm like, yeah, let me open up another business so I can get me some slaves.
Yeah.
I'm a term that I'll use. Now, I would never actually want a slave. I think that would be a terrible and horrific thing to put anybody in slavery.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, you know, then they'll use this argument of presentism. They'll say you're using the presentism fallacy, which is to say you're trying to judge the past by the values of the modern world, which is always changing all the time. And so this Muslim was trying to say that about slavery. He's like, yeah, but you're just falling for that old presentism fallacy that just because now it's no longer okay, then that makes, you know, Muslims bad for owning slaves back in the day. And it's like, well, are you consistent though? Because actually Muslims are monotheistic, right? Well, the Jews were polytheistic at first. So isn't that a example of presentism? You know, I mean, it's like, let's be consistent, you know.
Hell, and I believe in it. I never heard the term presentism. Presentism. My sixth grade history teacher used to call it historism. Right. That's what they call it. So I've always used the term historism. I don't know if any one of them is actually a word, but the thing about it is, yes, we are to look at the past with our present morality and judge them fuckers. So that we don't repeat the atrocities of those people back then. So yeah, I'm all with it. But man, let me let some other people get.
Yeah, let's let them go, man. Thanks for having me on. I just want to give you a rodeo ride.
I'm gonna clip it.
All right, brother. Thank you, man.
Appreciate
Later
it.
on, bro.
Later. For those who don't know, new to the show, I go one person at a time, and I go in the order to which I have received the request. So making little idle threats over there, telling me somebody can't handle you, just wait your turn, and you can get all the smoke. Okay. David New.
It's been a while. What's going on?
It certainly has, because when his name popped up, I was like, now that name seems familiar. Now Scott tricked me because he changed his name.
Oh, well, you know, I'm one of those ones y'all think are crazy, but ultimately, religion and government ultimately are, to me, the same thing. They're both there for the control of the people. It's just if you agree with that control in that system, that's kind of what determines your God. So I would like to say America has its own God, which is the Constitution. Israel has its God with its laws, statutes, commandments. That's its God. Just if you decided to follow it, that's just what's determined. So, and that's where what you said. That's where your morality comes from. Because I even agree with you, even as a person who follows the God of Israel, it's subjected to that authority because we're claiming that authority has the power.
Exactly.
So in this case, like I would say, even though you find it horrendous, slavery is correct. You have laws for slavery. I would argue that America, even today, believes in slavery. They just call it something else to make people feel better. Like I would say, W-2 employees are slaves compared to 1090s. They're not. You just gave your slave more rights and then built a better system to make their slaves feel better.
I understand how people say that. Here's the main reason why I cannot agree with that is, can you walk away? Can you quit and walk away?
Through the system? No. You're just like me. It's like me and two masters having agreements. Hey, my man, hey. I don't feel like doing all the stuff in the past with my old slaves where I had to buy their stuff and buy their homes and make their homes and such. I'm going to give them some money. Let them go do what they want. They still got to listen to me. Come to my job and do whatever I say. But, let them have the illusion of some sort of freedom. And if they walk away, hey, make sure they're in debt. So they got to go back to another master. It's just a more advanced system.
But not always that.
Right.
Because if you manage your money right, manage your life right, you can walk away and not be beholden to anyone.
I agree with that. The Bible talks about that as well. And that's why I make it different. That's why I make a differentiation between W-2 employees, who I would say they're slaves, and the runaway slaves, which are 1090. They were able to have that ability to work for themselves because they did the things that were right to do such things. Because to me, most people don't have the skill set to be free. They're going to rely on someone else.
But a slave in the Bible, you are a property slave for life. You don't have that option to walk away. There's no choice in it. Slavery in early America, you didn't have a choice.
Yeah, you ran away.
Yeah, you had to run away.
You ran away. Just like today, I quit and I ran away.
Yeah, but legally, biblically, you were not supposed to run away. You are supposed to stay. Slaves, be good to your masters, even if they're good or bad.
Correct. Just like employees, you would say the same thing. It's not good for you as an employee to leave, but you would still. But even the Bible would say if that person ran away, just let them go. I'll get the verse in a little bit.
I heard somebody say that the other day, but I didn't go research it. Where in the hell does the Bible say that if a slave runs away?
Give me a second because I'm at work. I don't have all my scripture notes for that one, so I'll have to adjust that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, don't worry about it. I'll find it.
Okay, cool.
Deuteronomy 23, 15, and 16. But the only thing about, let me see, Deuteronomy 23. Because I heard somebody say that, and I was like, I don't recall that.
Okay. If you want to stay on the same subject,
and of course. Well, and the thing about it is when I read these types of things, so these were rules that was okay. So Deuteronomy 23, when it says that if a slave runs away, that whole thing of Deuteronomy 23 is talking about Israelite to Israelite. It's not talking about the foreign slaves. So
why would they need to run away? Why would they need to run away? Or excuse me, I'm going to challenge that. And I'm sorry if I interrupted that. I know that was rude of me. So I'm sorry. Let me let you finish.
No, go ahead.
Oh.
No, go ahead. No, I mean, that's all. That was actually all that I was going to say about it, is the fact that that's not referring to foreign slaves that you own as property. This is referring to debt slaves of Israelite to Israelite.
Still a debt slave, but I understand what you're trying to say. I'd have to double check this to make absolutely sure, because I would say just because an Israelite to Israelite, you have been treated like a brother. You wouldn't really have a need to run away. That would probably be someone. That would be someone probably of foreign blood who would probably say that. But again, I don't quote me on it. I don't have it above me to actually read it, so don't quote me on it.
The reason why is because that part of Deuteronomy, where it's given all these different laws of how they should act towards one another, they have to, because people are going to be mistreated, even though they are fellow Israelites. It goes into how you don't crush their testicles, you don't treat them harshly as you were treated in Egypt. So obviously, I mean, come on, let's be real. There's no utopian society because man is man. So somebody's going to have, they understood that people had others as indentured servants who were fellow Israelites who did treat them harshly. And so they put laws in place to keep them from treating them harshly. So, I mean, yes, they are supposed to treat them as a brother, which is, or a neighbor, as Jesus used the term, and treat, love your neighbor. They're supposed to treat them as neighbors, but they don't always do so. You know how people are. People gonna people, no matter what era we're talking about. You're gonna have.
But you would have legal recourses if it was an Israelite to Israelite.
Right.
Against
Israelite to Israelite, you do.
So if that was a foreign person and they ran away, that's why I would assume that would be the case, because just give me a second. Son, shh. Thank you. I know. 1 second. I'll come back to you. Sorry about that. And then, so with that one, because again, you had the year of Jubilee where you would have been set free, the legal recourses for the non-native Israelite. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying
they weren't set free. None of the Israelites weren't set free in the year of Jubilee.
Well, I'll double check. I'm not going to say my research could be wrong on that one. I can't argue it because I don't have my notes on the double check.
Leviticus 25 said the foreigners are your property for life, and you give them as an inheritance to your son.
Oh yes. Yeah, that's why I said the Israelite slaves would have been freed on year of Jubilee. So that's why I'm less likely to think the runaway slave, the one who ran away. I'm pretty sure that's the one that Deuteronomy verse would have went into. Again, I could be wrong. Don't give me.
Here's the problem.
I'm just saying, following that would be my logic in that answer.
There are two types of Israelite slaves, right? And you got two time frames of Jubilee. You got your 7-year Jubilee, but you also have your 50-year Jubilee.
Yep.
Right. Depending upon which Jubilee people were looking towards, and that's how they would usually allocate the debt, 50-year debt or a 7-year debt. Right. Now, that was only in reference to a man. A woman, unless she comes in as the wife of that man, but any other woman who is given into Israelite slavery and she is a Israelite woman, she's a servant for life.
It's got to be still that servant, just like a child.
She doesn't get set free in Jubilee.
Correct, but that's especially makes sense in that time.
And her children aren't set free either, male or female. Her children aren't set free.
Correct. And that wouldn't make sense. Just like you wouldn't let your child go out into the world, like let's say a 10-year-old. You could set them free. That wouldn't be smart because they couldn't survive. So I would agree with that law as well.
I wouldn't agree with that law, period.
That's fine. I'm just saying it makes sense because you didn't have to, like, that's the reason why I say people tend to like slavery more. Now you got to go out into the land, till the land, cut the trees down, do all that work just to hopefully be able to survive that 1 year and then you got to be able to farm the food and everything.
Well,
you don't have that means at that same. So that would make sense. You would go into slavery because you don't have the skill set to even survive that.
Well, the ones who were set free, even when they set free in Jubilee, they're given, they're given money, they're given tools to go out and then survive. So it's not like you're just thrown out into the wilderness.
Correct. But I'm saying like the runaway slave. I agree with exactly what you're saying.
Now the runaway slave, they come and they dwell with you, and you're supposed to take care of them.
Yeah.
But
and then you would
Hebrew runaway slave. This is not a foreign runaway slave.
I definitely agree. And then that man would then redeem his family because, okay, I need some time to build my house up, get it up so I can get my family and redeem them back to me.
Yeah. And that's if he gave you a wife, if your master gave you a wife, then yes, you can possibly buy them. But
correct.
Now, of course, I'm going to use my thoughts today, my morality today to say I don't care how the system is set up, it's still a system of fuckery. Because just because today we have a different economic system that we've grown into and a different moral system that we've grown into, this God could have easily laid out, hey, I know this is what everybody else around y'all is doing, but I don't like it. My people, you're going to do it this way. We're not going to have slavery. Women are going to be treated equally. There's no reason why this guy could not have made that their lifestyle at that time frame. And because he did it just shows that the book is written based on the culture of the people of that day. And God is fitting of that culture.
And that's why it says it's the God of Israel, correct? Okay. But again, I think we're all in agreement. It's just I have not quite a problem. That's not the word. It's when, like you say, hey, this was immoral. And then we kind of go back to the thing of Well, it's kind of hard to say that because, again, morality is subjective, right?
Yeah.
So it's subjective to that power. I would say my power is the reason why I'm under it. Just like your child might think that your morality is evil. You're still under your household, so you got to follow your morality as such.
They could, and you're absolutely right. When my kids, when they were little, they had to follow the morality of the household, and sometimes they didn't. When they did, certain punishments were put in place, and that's how that works. They're all adults. They can live how they want to live, do what they want to do.
Correct.
They got to deal with
you're gonna say, hey, I tried to give you something to have a framework for. If you don't do it, there's a good chance you're gonna get messed up. And then that spreads and spreads. Be like, oh man, my dad was right. I'm gonna teach that to my son. And then people kind of do that together, and they kind of become like-minded and such. And that's how that then grows, and you come together in one collective and such.
Yeah.
One quick question. I need to correct you on that raping thingy. If that man rapes her, he gets killed if she's screaming out and such because that was a rape. If they're together and say, yes, it is. We had this discussion.
That's a different verse. That's a different verse and a different situation. The one where the woman screams out or she doesn't scream out is when a woman is betrothed to a man or married to a man.
It says both. It says both because their sex would have been trying to get them betrothed. That's why I said, I think the word was damsel, if I'm not mistaken. And when we researched that just meant
no.
We had this discussion.
There and yes, there are. You're taking two verses and making them one. Two situations and making them one. One situation talks about a woman who is already betrothed.
Correct.
If she screams out and she has to be in the city. If she screams out, she's not stoned. If she doesn't scream out, she is stoned. If it happens in the countryside, it doesn't matter if she screams or not. She's not stoned, but the man is stoned because that was a betrothed woman. Then later on, it talks about a woman who is not betrothed. And that's the one who has to pay the father 50 pieces of silver in shekels or whatever. And then the girl has to marry him if he's caught.
Well, I wouldn't say two. I would say there's four. But some of it, I feel that you are right. The betrothed is correct. If you're betrothed, you had sex with them. Yes, because that's almost like an adultery, like breaking contract. The unbetrothed, you're forced to marry that person because that's like me and my girlfriend, we finally have sex. By that point, we're kind of considered married, unless my father said no, or her father said no. You would then be seen as married. The court side, which you just said, is more what I'm saying as a rape. Is that man being then would have to be stoned because she didn't want to have the sex with her. Because then there's another one that says if she doesn't scream out, we're assuming that, okay, y'all two were just planning out and agreeing with it. That's not a rape. That's y'all were just trying to sneak and have y'all business of fun and thing. We had this discussion though.
Yeah, and you're still mixing and matching.
We even went into the Hebrew and Greek with it. But that was just some kind of a me wanting to kind of poke fun at that.
You're still mixing and matching though, and mixing them up. But the one that I talked about, it says that when the man, and it uses the term snatches or takes hold, which in every other aspect of the Bible, that word means aggressively takes hold of someone. It is not a romantic encounter. This is a woman who is being snatched, grabbed aggressively, and then the man rapes her. He has to pay 50 pieces of silver and marry that girl.
No, that was the other verse.
No, that's the verse. That's the verse where he has to pay. The verses about her screaming or not screaming is all about a betrothed woman.
I'll double check. So I think we had this one discussion, but I don't have like our Hebrews and stuff. And I'm just today's just a lighthearted conversation with you. I didn't want to go super deep with you.
Okay.
I definitely, again, we can go do it, but right now I don't have as much of the time for it. But ultimately, like I said, it's just if it's kind of going to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. How after says that's what then made them like gods. It's now you get to this man has the ability to determine what he thinks is good or bad. And now he's become like a God. So when you had said, I don't believe in God, I was like, no, you believe in the God because you at least believe in yourself, in your authority, in your power to do your own destiny. Or you can choose another God to hold that claim.
Yeah, I just don't view myself as a God.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me in English. You don't see yourself as having power. When I say God, I'm taking more of the Hebrew than the Greek, not divine, but just having the power and authority of over something, over your life, over something,
yes.
over your family.
I have agency over my life.
Yeah, that's what Hebraically I mean by God, not the Greek of divinity and such. Because they said Pharaoh was a god, they said Moses was a god, was called God, because there's in that sense.
I get what you're saying.
But it was a great conversation. I just kind of wanted to talk to you and just kind of have that fight with you because I just felt like in the debate.
Nah, that's fine. I appreciate it.
All right. You be blessed out there.
Yeah, have a good one. David New. Gotta get to use my French for 2 seconds there. In the pronouncing of the name. Let's see. There was a guy who was on TikTok. Oh, he fell away. This amazes me. People who make they be some keyboard warrior over there. You scared of me? And look, you come up in the order to which you clicked on the thing. Oh my gosh. I'm mad that my man that he tricked me. He got me pretty good. Scott got all of us, so I'm gonna give Scott his credit. David knew that was a nice, calm and conversation. So I appreciate that. I appreciate being able to have those kinds of conversations. Are y'all still over here? Now, I think I see that the one of those arguments that I always find interesting is, why do people always want to put themselves into slavery by saying that a job is slavery? A job is not slavery. You have the option to leave. You live in an economy that does require money, so you got to get yourself squared away. And what made me think this, Eric was, I don't know who Eric is talking to, but he's saying that you still have to pay taxes on that land, otherwise you'll lose it. Right. In an American system, you still have to pay taxes on the land. You can go to certain other countries like Uganda. Once you own the land, you own the land. You don't have to pay taxes on it. So different laws and rules, you're going to be under somebody's laws and rules no matter where you go. It's kind of hard to avoid that situation because that's always going to be. But you're still not a slave. Yes.
Oh, hi. How you doing?
Hey, Miss Fifi.
Oh my goodness! Didn't that guy have me riled up?
I know. I saw you in the comments. He had you riled up. He had a whole bunch of people riled up. We was all pissed off.
It's like no one can possibly be that crazy.
But yet people are. There are people who are that fanatical about their Bible that they believe that life should be exactly how the Bible says. I listened to people have conversations, and they were saying that they think slavery is okay, and a SA'd woman, a raped woman should have to marry that man. I've seen people say that.
I know. I've seen them too.
Yeah, and of course, I never get those people, so I thought I had one. But,
oh my goodness, I know someone who will quote a scripture and then say it's wrong.
quote a scripture and say it's wrong.
Yeah, from the Bible. Say no, that didn't happen like that. It's like, oh my goodness.
Yes, they will. Yes, they will. And
but yeah. I've just been listening to the show, and I just wanted to say hello. I hadn't seen you in a few days, so
I know.
You're doing what you do, and I'm so glad that you do what you do.
Thank you. But these next few weeks is gonna be all janky. Like I got another medical appointment on Thursday, so I'll be doing the live today and tomorrow, but probably not Thursday. And then we head out of town on Sunday, and I'm not sure if and when I'm gonna be able to do lives on during that time frame, because I know we'll be traveling between to Atlanta and then to North Carolina and back. But I'm gonna try to get some lives in as I can over the next couple of weeks.
Right. Well, we'll be watching for you, and I don't know, boy, if you had high blood pressure today, it would have went up.
I know, like I got some of my blood, my test results from the blood lab that I went to do, and even though I don't have high blood pressure on my lab test, I probably got it right now.
He got you hot up.
He had me. I ain't gonna lie. I was ready to cuss him out and just tell his ass off. So, but
with the other callers, I mean, I'm just like they're discussing slavery. Like, okay, well, maybe like this or maybe not like that so much. I mean, can't we just all agree that slavery is wrong?
We should. We should.
I mean, right out, that's not something,
Well,
God said that was something somebody else said so they can make some money.
And they need to justify it, so that's why they need a justification for the slavery that has happened that Christians were a part of, so that they can see it in a different light.
And then, of course, they talk like women should be secondhand people, like the property of men in certain circumstances.
And that's why it took so long for women to get rights, because they were basing it on this patriarchal system of the Bible. Right. So
exactly.
And even though, and I know the other guy was talking about presentism, it's still the fact of the matter is that it was immoral to treat women in such a way in the past, regardless if that's how everybody else thought was the right way to be 50, 60, 80 years ago. It was the wrong. So I don't care that those people did those things in the past. I'm judging them based on what we know is better today.
So now they're using the Bible as the new way of justifying today's behavior.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it's okay for what's going on with the immigrations. It's okay what's going on with all. I didn't want to go into the politics, but to me, it seems like they're trying to use the Bible as something they can use to justify their behavior.
Yeah, it's no different than them using the Bible to justify the treatment of the Americans, Native Americans, and the enslaved people or the native people in any country. They're using the Bible, just twisting it up into a doctrine to be able to justify the way they treat brown immigrants and how they treat super light brown immigrants. So they will continue to twist it. They're going to use the Bible in how they're doing with Venezuela right now. I've seen a few people use the Bible for that, to justify Venezuela.
What do you mean?
So we all know Trump is interested in Venezuela because they have the largest, like the second largest oil reserve, or the largest oil reserve in South America. So they are utilizing they're utilizing the Bible to say that we have to fight for getting rid of the imperialism in Venezuela, to free the people, for fair election, because and God would want everybody to have freedom and all this sorts of thing and opportunity. And that's why it's okay for us to attack those boats and seize the oil tankers and so on and so forth in Venezuela, to disrupt that government. And it has nothing to do with freedom for the people, because the people voted Maduro in. That's their country. They have their own sovereignty. And if they want to overthrow him, let the people do it. We just want their oil. And it's the same thing as they're using the Bible for Nigeria. Oh, they're killing all these Christians in Nigeria. They're killing just as many Muslims as they're killing Christians in Nigeria. And it's only happening in certain areas. If you in the southeastern part of Nigeria, that's mostly Christian. Ain't no Christians dying there. There's no churches being burned there. But they're utilizing the Bible and Christian persecution, because in the last days, Christians are going to be persecuted. And they're throwing up Nigeria that way because Nigeria just opened up another oil refinery. So it's all about the oil. It's all about money. But they're using the Bible to justify their actions in the same way they've always used the Bible to try to justify their actions.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They just stepped up their game.
That's all.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, the people will be fooled.
And they are.
And you will know them by the sign on their heads.
They are. And they're just sheep. Just sheep. Ran by. That's why I say the government controls the religion. Elites control the religion, and the people just follow that without contemplating or thinking through it for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I just came up, and like I said, I'm glad to see you. I hope that things went okay with your exam, but you said that you have to go back for some other tests.
Yes.
So I'm hoping they turn out well, and I know you're gonna be skipping in and out, so
yeah,
I'm just gonna be here in the cut. If I need to come back up again for a debriefing,
you are more than welcome.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Fifi. It's not letting me drop you.
It's not.
Oh, I see it. No, I see it.
I don't want to do anything to you.
No, I saw it. They just changed the way it was set up. Why these people be changing stuff? Stop changing. Billy.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the show, Billy.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me in again. It's always a pleasure.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. First of all, again, I want to thank you. You know, I was at work and I was listening to this program, and they really made my time there. And I was a little bit bored, but it's always a pleasure to listen to some knowledge. Definitely.
Indeed. I agree with you 100%.
But the last guy that you just had, I just wish I was there to speak with him. Oh my God.
You talking about David New?
Yeah, the one who was before the lady, the one who was talking about slavery and stuff. Oh my God. I don't know where do they get these apologetics from. I don't know where they get these things of comparing slavery and modern employment. This is really crazy when you think about it.
It is. It is.
Because there's no way you can equate owning a human being as property and passing him through your kids, and saying is the same as someone being employed. It's really asinine. I don't really understand it. Especially when a black person says that, I really don't get. I just see how brainwashed they are. I really don't understand it.
You know what I think it is? I think that it is a person who has either given up on obtaining financial freedom, or they are so caught up into the conspiracy of they caught up into these conspiracies that the government will always control you and you have no way out. There's no freedom. And they think that there is this way of functioning in the world today without having to be under some government.
Yep.
And that's just an impossibility. There is, unless you can get, even if you got to the Sentinel tribe, the tribe on the North Sentinel Island, I guarantee they still have a form of chiefdom government, more than likely.
Definitely.
You're going to have to be beholden to.
Definitely.
So unless you can go find you a deserted island and live there, you're going to be under some form of government.
Definitely.
And that is not, but that's not tantamount to slavery, because I could choose to go and live. Like, I enjoyed being under German government than I do more so than the American government. Like, I felt better in that country than I like that country better than I liked America. Right?
Don't say that, because he might tell you that you want to be a German slave. He might want to equate it like you want to be a German slave. You know, that's the issue with these people, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying though, hey, look, when I was there, I was treated as a man. I wasn't treated as a black man. I was just treated as a man. And really, I was just treated as a person. So it's more than just the government. It's also the culture, right?
Definitely.
There are other countries that I've been to that I was just treated as a man. When I went to Ivory Coast, I was just treated, I was just treated as a man. Because everybody else was black, so it wasn't no separation.
Definitely.
The only time there was a problem is I noticed the little people in the market, when they hear me talk, they all of a sudden the price went up. I didn't know.
Yeah. That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes sometimes. Yeah, it goes like that. Yep.
All right. So but people feel like you are a slave if you're under any type of government. You're not a slave because you can leave.
You're not a slave because you can leave, you know. The thing he was talking about is it sounds like kind of coercion. It's kind of like almost the same thing that whenever they say that, oh, when it comes to this God, you have free will to choose him or to not choose him. I tell them, no, if this God is real, then being with him is kind of like coercion, because it's like if you're not gonna be with me, I'm gonna burn you forever in hell. That's not like freedom of, like, you know, that's not like freedom of thought or freedom of choice. That's coercion at its finest, you know. It's like I always tell them, like, hey, imagine if I came to your little sister and I tell you, hey, I want your little sister to go on a date with me. I'm giving her a free choice, but if she doesn't come, I'm gonna lock her in the basement for the rest of her life. How does that sound? Is that free? Did I give her a choice? No. That's coercion.
Exactly.
So it's the same thing this guy was trying to talk about, trying to equate like slavery and in current employment to slavery. That's asinine, you know.
It completely is, because there is no free will with this religion, with this God, and within that free will there is slavery, but the slavery of that is not comparable to a person having a regular job, a 9 to 5.
It's never, it will never be comparable. And for me, also, that undermines what people went through. That's like it's like just throwing it under the rug, what the people went through, the suffering that they went through, because you want to equate it to your 9 to 5. This just undermines what the people went through. And the fight today, I've never seen a Martin Luther King who's fighting for employment. I've never seen like a Martin Luther King I've never seen like who was this guy? Nate Turner. I've never seen a Nate Turner of current employment. I've never seen none of that. You know what I'm saying?
Thing about it, that Martin Luther King and Stokely Carmichael and all those people would have never been able to stand up and do what they did without the sacrifice of those people, of Nat Turner or Frederick Douglass. Those people would never be able to stand up and do what they did if it wasn't for the sacrifice of people who dealt with that bullshit of slavery.
That bullshit.
So, you know, we all stand on the shoulders of those who came before us that enabled.
And some of them were not Christians. It's just they always want to paint them as Christians. I don't believe Frederick Douglass was Christian. I don't think so.
I think he was a theist, a pantheist.
Yeah, pantheon. Okay. But they always want to paint it like if they were just only Christianity is what stopped this slavery. I'm like, no, I don't think so. You know, of course, he played a little role, but why did it take it thousand years to realize what they've been doing? Why did it take them like 1,000 years? You know what I'm saying?
I know. And then, like, as far as employment, you can call, even when you're an entrepreneur, then they can say that, oh, you're still a slave because you got to obey the government regulations. You got to pay fees. You got to do all these. Like, I just did a webinar Sunday on the 9 businesses to start.
Yep.
And when we was talking about that, I was like, you got to find out what the fees in your country, in your state are, or your country. There was a couple of people. There was a guy from Canada, to do one of the businesses that I talked about.
Yep.
You got to find out all the regulations and pay all the money in order to operate. And every year you got to keep paying money to operate.
Definitely.
So in their mindset, you can say that even being an entrepreneur, you are still a slave. But of course you're.
That's crazy.
When I got ready to shut down my cigar lounge, I shut it down. I didn't have to ask permission. Nobody forced me. Yeah, my customers whined and bitched and complained, but so I'm doing what I want to do.
There's something I wanted to ask him. Like, does your employee own? I want to ask him first of all if he has kids, and I wanted to ask him if the employee owns his children. I wanted to ask him that question.
That would have been a good question. He does have kids because one of them was in the background. He does have kids, and if he was a slave, you're absolutely right. Even if he was a Hebrew slave, indentured servant, those kids were born while he was to a woman that was given to him by the master.
Yeah,
those kids were slaves.
Would have been slave. You know what I'm saying?
That's not what happens today. When I was when I worked for the few times that I worked for different companies, my children were not slaves of that company.
Definitely. And the children can choose not to work for that company. They can go start their own thing. They don't have supposed to work for the company that you work for. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I really don't understand his logic. He really failed on that. Even the one for rap, man, I was listening to him. I'm like, what? What is he talking about? Does he read the Bible? Like, he think that the problem is, like, people think the Bible is univocal. He want to take this passage about rape, want to equate it to this other passage about rape. They are not the same thing. These were 2 different occasions.
Yeah. Man, I forgot how long ago it was where we went over that in detail. And they have to constantly make excuses for it. But he knows that it's 2 different subject matters. But they have to make it one so that they can make this God be good. Because this God has to always be good in their eyes. So a good God would never punish a woman in that way. So they try to make it seem like the girl and the man were both, like sneaking around, Romeo and Juliet style. In order to justify the man didn't have to pay the 50 pieces of however many shekels he had to pay. Because God has to be good. So they have to make it that way.
Yes, and you just have this. Just whenever I read the Bible, it's just gonna show you that at the end of the day, there's no divine commandment. Even in the Bible, you can see the morality changing. You can see how. Oh, that's why I always tell people, morality will always be subjective. No matter how no matter how you wanna flip it, will always be subjective.
Always. Let me ask you a question. This is different. This is going into our subject matter today.
Yes. And Mika, I want to talk about the subject matter. After you talk, I'm going to talk about the subject matter.
No, okay, go ahead. Because I was going to ask you what you think of the subject matter.
Yes. I really like this subject matter, but the thing maybe a lot of people are not seeing, whenever you say, it breeds like hatred, religion breeds hatred. Sometimes they think that hatred is just outside of the group. But even inside the religion, for example, like Christianity, it has more than 30,000 denominations. And most of those, 90% of those denominations, they think that the other denomination is going to go to hell. Even though they still believe in the same book, the same God, they think the other denomination is going to go to hell. For example, me, the religion I was brought in is Christianity. But these people, they believe in the last prophet. His name was William Marion Branham. He's from the United States. He was the last prophet. I grew up hearing my father and my brother telling me, your friends are Christians, but because they don't believe in the message of William Marion Branham, they will not inherit the kingdom of heaven. So I grew up, I'm like, my friends, look at his father. He's a good father. He's a Christian. He does everything right. But just because he doesn't believe in this message, he's not going to go in heaven? Why? you know. So I grew up seeing that, but seeing that hatred thrown around in my house towards other Christians, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So then you can see the same thing developing. You're gonna see the Mormons, how they treat other groups. You're gonna see the Jehovah Witness, how they treat other groups. You're gonna see the Catholics, how they treat other groups. But you guys are still the same Christ, is still under Christianity, but you guys treat each other different. There's a lot of hatred in it. And even in spreading Christianity, whenever we say it was spread by the sword, there are some Christianity groups that Catholics, they were killing Protestants. You know, they were killing, they were burning these other people. Oh, these people, they are this heresy. You don't agree with the way we see the Bible, you are committing heresy. Even if you're Christian, we're gonna burn you. You know what I'm saying? So the hatred is even inside the group, even inside the religion. There's hatred in it. You're gonna see the same thing with Muslim. You see, you're gonna see that you're gonna find there are different type of Muslims, and these guys they kill each other. They still believe in the same Quran, but they hunt each other to death. You know, up to now the Sunni Muslim, the Sunni Muslim, they have they are matter. They have more matter culture than any other religion. The Sunni Muslim, there's more matter inside that sect of Islam than any other, better than even Christianity. But you're not gonna see that. But they've been murdered by the same Islam. The case you always talk about Nigeria, the Muslims who are killing Christians, they are also killing other Muslims. Is the same in the same religion. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. They'll talk.
So all I'm trying to say, all I can say about this topic is even the hatred. If they can say, "Oh, we don't," there's no hatred. You just point it to them. Hey, look, within your family, you are hating each other.
Yeah. Yeah, and they will look at it and see, like, they'll point at the people who are taking burning buildings and churches and bombing shit. They'll look at the terrorist activities. They'll look at the guy at Bondi Beach, the two guys at Bondi Beach who were shooting the Jewish people. They'll look at those types of things. We'll look at what's going on in Israel towards the Palestinians, uh, and they'll sit in their suburban neighborhoods, and because they don't see their churches burning or other people doing things of that nature, they'll think that, oh, but our Christianity is nice and peaceful. But in truth, your Christianity is spewing hatred because of, one, what you just said about them thinking that their version, their brand is the only right way to do Christianity. But then look at how they treat other family members, how they treat other people in their community. They treat them with slights, and they won't, they're not realizing that it is still hatred that they're treating people with because they don't agree with them.
Definitely.
You know, especially, I grew up like that. I grew up in a Baptist church, and we thought that the Pentecostals and the holiness and the African Methodist Episcopal, that they were all just, you know, whacked out versions of Christianity that was teaching the wrong type of Christianity. And that those people were going to be, now I had pastors who would say they're going to go to heaven, but they're going to be the least in heaven.
It's like you have to point them out to what Jesus said. The least in kingdom of heaven, they are the ones who don't practice the law.
Yeah, and here was crazy. I used to say, okay, first as a child, I was thinking, oh, well, at least they still make it to heaven. But then I started thinking, oh, wait, there's a caste system in heaven. There's the least, and then there's other levels. So what, you get like more fruit of life if you're on a higher crust? Like, how is there a caste system in heaven?
Definitely.
Like, this is stupid. This is dumb.
Yes. You know, you're definitely right. You know.
So that same hatred exists in heaven with the little caste.
Yes, because our is even so see, like ours look at in church, there is always like seats for people with the high, like the ones who contribute the most, the one who gives a lot of money in church has a different type of seating. There, you know, there's different type of seats. And I was like, is this how it's gonna be in heaven? Because they always say there are some people who are gonna be next to God, sitting next to God. I'm like, huh. That means in heaven there's gonna be also categories. The same thing we do here on earth. There's still gonna be some people, area of the poor, the area of the least ones, area of this. I'm like, then how is this heaven a good place that you claim to be? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And I think what Boss Lady just said is another point to be made. She
Yes.
said she said, my Christian, for the TikTok people can't see it. She said, my Christian family is homophobic. They shun me for being atheist and bisexual. I don't give a fuck. I'm living life on my own terms. And the way that the people who are homosexual, bisexual, or any other sexual, what they deem as sexual immoralities, they treat them with so much hate and anger.
Mm-hmm.
You can have the pastor who gets caught messing with the young girls, or the ones who commit adultery, the one who steal the money. They will still treat them with reverence and love. But as soon as you put any type of sexual immorality in place,
Yes.
what they determine to be, let me be clear, what they determine to be sexual immorality. All of a sudden, there's get out of my house. I don't want to talk to you. I'm gonna send you away to one of those conversion camps, or or I'm gonna dog the shit out of you. You got the pastor who cheated on his wife, or the deacon who cheated on his wife, or just a member who cheated on his wife. We still gonna invite them over for dinner, and we still gonna pray with them, and we still gonna treat them nice and all this kind of stuff. Oh, but my gay son, my gay daughter, bisexual, get the hell out of my house. Until you straighten up, get the hell out of my house. Your little drug dealing family member, keep coming on in. But but if
that's how they protect themselves. You know, they protect just because you believe what I believe, and I'm gonna protect you. Like for this, like the perfect example is for this apologetic. You know, this guy called David Wood. You know David Wood? This Christian apologetic is a big apologetic. It's called David Wood.
Spell it.
David Wood.
Oh, David Wood?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you seen what's been happening to him lately? This guy admitted that he slept with younger girls when he admitted to commit those acts, and he was even sentenced. This guy admitted to do that. He almost once wanted to unalive his father, but now he's a Christian. But you know what, Christians, they still, oh, that was his past life, you know, that was him in the, but he slept with younger girls, like like he said, a 13 and a 15-year-old, and they apparently even did, there's video on YouTube, he even did anal sex with these kids. But Christians, they're still holding him, they're still protecting him. You're gonna see the comments. Oh, Jesus can make wonderful miracles. He changed a man like this. You know what I'm saying?
I see.
And this guy is proudly saying it. He's definitely saying. I think you should make a video about it. I think you should find one of the clips when he's admitting to those things. It just happened last week. And this guy, they are still protecting him. You know what I'm saying? Just because he tells them what they want to hear. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, most certainly. Because when I just briefly looked them up real quick, I just saw in the very first scanning through it how he was having run-ins with the law, slept with some 13 and 15-year-old girls while he was out on bail. The thing about it says that he was an atheist in his youth. All these things were happening, and then he gave his life over to Jesus when he was in prison. A fellow prisoner named Randy converted him over to Christianity, and now he's an apologist. So they're going to love that story, because they're going to say that, see, atheists are immoral and they do these types of things.
Yes, sir.
But when he got his life right with Christ, those things were now taken out of him. David Wood. Somebody on TikTok was asking what's his name. David Wood. W-O-O-D. Yeah, so a Christian is going to love that story. That's right up their alley to love that story, that storyline, But I guarantee they won't like the storyline if the person was Muslim, and the person was Christian.
Definitely.
The Christian who was committing all these crimes, and then they go to prison, they become Muslim, and then now they're not committing crimes anymore. This is why a lot of Christians don't like Malcolm X. Malcolm X was a Christian, and he was a criminal like a champ. And he went to prison and discovered Islam and had no more criminal activity that we know of.
You're definitely right.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I can do a video on that one because
Yes,
I
man.
feel
If you see this video, it's crazy. When he's speaking, what he was doing, because he really says, and his co-star, the one who's hosting with him, is just like just his hand is on his face. He just like he doesn't want to be seen in the video. I'm like, what? You know, this is how they protect each other. The same way they're gonna like you. I saw your video yesterday about Donald Trump. Now when I say the name of the guy in Australia, I'm
yeah.
like, man, these people is really insane the way they try to protect religion and how they can show how it can really control things. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Like I was tripping out. Like why is he making a? You can see him physically struggling to
Yep.
say to call the man a hero, but
Mm-hmm.
he was not going to say that man's name. He kept the man, the person. He did not want to say that man's name because it goes against their narrative of control. They need Christians to hate Muslims and support Israel. They need
Yep.
that,
You're
because that's
definitely
what
right.
the story of Balaam teaches them.
Hello.
Huh? What'd you say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. So that's the issue and that's the problem, That's the issue and that's the problem. Sorry, you might hear some noise. I'm just dropping off my nieces somewhere. But as you whatever you were saying is really true in that video. I really listened to it and I was like, wow, look just how religion can control us and can make us do dumb things. And if you're a president, you want to take advantage of that. This guy is not even a Christian, this president. But you
No.
know what? He's gonna take advantage of it.
Yeah, he's gonna take advantage of it. And then when I looked at the news media, whether people
Yep.
like it or realize it or not, the news media is
Mm-hmm.
controlled by like it's only like three different entities. And this
Yep.
is why if you watch multiple, I like that I got this little thing. I don't know what it's called. The little sticks. I can watch news media
Yep.
from different parts of the country.
Mm-hmm.
And every media site, they use the same script.
Yes, sir.
So then you have to wonder who they're getting this script from, because they all repeat the same damn thing the same way, using the same word. And
Yes,
you
sir.
know the script.
Mm-hmm.
And so all of it is being controlled. Yeah, Fire Stick. Thank you, Kevin. But they're all being controlled by the same thing. That's why government and elites are the ones who are controlling the religion, and they control the narrative.
Definitely.
Because American media, they only talked about, oh boy, the Ahmed Al-Ahmed. They only talked about him for like 2 minutes. But then they talk about anti-Semitism and the government
Mm-hmm.
of Australia and the terrorists and how they were in, I think, Sri Lanka or somewhere else before.
Yep.
They were only 28 minutes. They talking about that. Only 2 minutes
Mm-hmm.
about the guy who actually should be talked about more.
Yep.
And so it's all the same in America. Now, when I went over and I looked at Sky News was actually talking about the hero guy more so than they talked about the other. It was fair. I ain't gonna say he talked more. It was fair.
Yes.
It was about equal time spoken about both sides of it. And I looked at the BBC. It was equal. So
Yes.
and I looked at a couple other news sources in other parts of the world that speak English, and they were more balanced.
Mm-hmm.
But the American media, hell no. It was all about the shooters, the terrorist cells, and then one editorial went into talking about the new mayor of New York and connecting him with that. I'm like, that man ain't got shit to do with it. He got a damn thing to do with it.
Yes, sir. And you definitely right on that. It's crazy how government try to control the narrative of religion and how they want to do. You know what I'm saying? I can't imagine the day. I don't even think so. America will accept one day to be a president who's an atheist, or maybe even a president who's a Muslim. I don't know if that will ever. I don't know when that will happen, but just know when it happens. Oh my God, Christian nationality, nationalities will kill themselves.
Man, I was, you know what? I'm not gonna say I would never live to see it.
Yes.
Because my pappy used to say he would never. He was born in 1927. He said he would never live to see a black man as president.
Yep.
But he was alive when Obama was president. Now,
Okay.
when Obama was president, before his presidency, I used to say the first black president is going to get shot. The man didn't get shot. So
I understand.
I'm going. I was about to say that I would probably not live to see a Muslim president in America or a woman president in America. But
Definitely.
I have learned that I probably will. And you probably will. I think you'll more likely see an atheist before a Muslim, though.
Yep. Yes, I think so.
You'll get an atheist.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Coach, I have a question. You know, I know we've touched on the subject, but I have a question that's gonna go a little bit away from the subject. But it's still talking about, you know, religion and stuff. You know, so I'm writing a book, and because I'm writing a book, so I'm rereading again the Bible for this is like the 6th time in English, but now I'm really reading because now my critical brain is on another level. So I'm rereading the book again. And I'm trying to find all the time Yahweh failed, you know, the failures of Yahweh. I'm trying to find all the failures of Yahweh in the book, you know. So as I was reading just at the beginning, in Genesis 4, when Cain killed his brother Abel, you know.
Right.
Yahweh says that, you know, it tells Cain, you know, you're gonna be a fugitive and a wanderer, you know. And then Cain says, like, you know, where I will go, people, you know, they might kill me, and they say, you know what, I'm gonna put a mark on you, so whoever does something to you, you'll be punished 7 times, you know. But later on, Cain is settled in the land of Nod, you know, and he gets a wife, and he built a city, and he names it after his son Enoch, you know. So my issue is this. So, because for me here, this kind of like a failure, because God said that he's gonna be a wanderer and a fugitive for the rest of his life. You know, he's gonna be there. But Cain, he settles and he built a city. For me, am I wrong to say that that's a failure because it did not happen? That's a failure?
No, I would agree that he lied. That
Yes.
his statement of Cain, or how Cain's life is going to be, was a lie. And if he's supposed to be the all-knowing God, he would have known that Cain is going to settle and build a city and not be a wanderer anymore. So yeah, that's one of the lies or false prophecies, whichever.
Yeah, that's like a false prophecy. That's a failure of a prophecy, right?
Yeah. Because
all right,
if God deems that's what it's going to be, then that's what it should be. The writers decided to write differently because they needed to create a lineage that was alternate to Seth's lineage.
I understand.
And so in creating that, they wrote this whole storyline, and then of him settling and having a family, and then who was it? Tubal Cain. Was it Lamech or Tubal? Well, I think it was Tubal Cain who took on multiple wives.
Yep. Then he gave birth to Lamech.
Yeah, and so he took on more wives, and then claimed that if somebody hurts him, then it's going to be even greater punishment.
Yeah, 70 times, 70-fold. I think it was Lamech. That's Lamech. Lamech said that I killed a man for wounding me, a young man for striking me. So whoever's gonna kill me is gonna be punished 70-fold. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir.
So they needed to create that storyline, and so they created. So the writers did that, which just shows the writer, the pen is more powerful than this God is. But if you're keeping it in if this was a real God situation, then yeah, he lied.
He lied.
He straight up. Yeah.
Wow.
He told us he made a decree that did not come to be, which is on par with this God. Period. You know, Adam and Eve did not die the day that they ate.
The day they eat of the fruit.
So
Yep.
I mean, even in the story of
That's another failure right there, because I'm trying to write this book about all the failures of God, and I feel like that's another failure too, because Adam and Eve, they did not die the day off. You know what I'm saying? So that's another failure right there.
but he constantly fails.
Yes, he comes, and I was also reading about the Noah story, because they said that he brought the flood so he can get rid of the wickedness in this world, but the wickedness came back. So how can you say that you wanted to get rid of something if that something come back? That means you failed to get rid of that thing. The wickedness came back again.
Yeah, and not only did it come back again, he said that he was doing the flood because the thought from man is evil. Then after the flood, he said that I will not flood the world anymore because every thought from man is evil. So then what was the point of destroying the world the first time?
I think for me, I think I know the point. I know the point. I think he was jealous because when Genesis 6, he said that the sons of God started to have sex with the daughter of man. So I think he was jealous of that. I think that made him mad to say that his sons were doing that. But then later on, he goes and he does the same thing to Mary. What the hell? How you gonna get jealous of something then after you do the same thing?
Yeah, because he's a hypocrite.
You know?
He's a hypocrite.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. If you look at the sons of God as being the angelic beings that came down to have sex with men, with daughters of men, then he goes and he impregnates Mary. So you're violating the same thing that you destroyed the world.
The word for. Yes, sir.
Curse these angels for. It's like, do what I say, but don't do what I do.
Don't do what I do. You know what I'm saying?
But this just shows how you were saying earlier, the Bible does not have univocality, because they are truly the story of impregnating Mary is a Greek story. Their influence by the Greeks was so much so by that time frame, and not that it wasn't a common story in the Akkadians, Sumerians, Canaanites. It was a story of a god having sex with mortals and creating these demigods. But their influence by the Greeks was so strong, and the Greeks had plenty of stories of different gods having sex with humans, and mostly men, male gods. They just wrote Jesus into that same scenario and try to claim that it's an Old Testament prophecy when it wasn't an Old Testament prophecy at all.
You're definitely right. You're definitely right. And yesterday I was thinking about like the prophecies also. I was like, I'm gonna tell this to Coach. Like what I've seen is kind of like the Old Testaments, they're like answers, and then the New Testament, they're like question to the answers. Imagine having answers and then try to write the questions to the answers, because you already have the answer. Now you can write the question. You know what I'm saying? So this is the same thing they were trying to do, but at the same time they failed, because when you read these prophecies, in reality, in their context, it's a failure. They imagine failing, having already the cheat code. You have the cheat code, but you still failed. You know what I'm saying?
Because it demonstrates that they had a grasp of the Old Testament, but they didn't have a full grasp. So when they wrote the New Testament, they made a bunch of mistakes in trying to make it fit. But you're right. You can easily write the story of Jesus knowing that the Old Testament says that the Messiah is going to come from Bethlehem. Right, let me put Jesus' birth in Bethlehem. That way he looks like he's fulfilling this story. I'm going to misunderstand the prophecy of my son coming out of Egypt. And I'm going to write that he went to Egypt and came out of Egypt. Because I didn't really understand that prophecy. Well, I didn't understand that statement. That statement wasn't talking about Jesus or Messiah. It was talking about how it was just recounting history of
the Exodus.
Exactly. So they misunderstand it, misteach it, and then they got the suffering servant out of Isaiah 53. And they say, "Oh, we're going to write that Jesus had to suffer." Which I saw somebody make an interesting post the other day where they said that the God of the Bible, he was talking about the Power Rangers, the Hebrew Israelites. God didn't punish the Romans or the Jews for killing Jesus, but yet he punished the Africans by sending them into slavery.
That's
And
a good point.
It doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
That's just you trying to write yourself into. That's the Hebrew Israelites trying to write themselves into the story.
Into the story, you're definitely right. And something else about the prophecies too, what I've realized is like, if you read the Lord of the Rings, you're gonna see every prophecy God accomplished in the Lord of the Rings. If you read the prophecy in the Lord of the Rings, you're gonna see that at the end of the day, this was gonna happen. The rings gonna be delivered here and here. This was gonna happen to the rings. So you can write it out. You don't want you are the writer.
Yeah, I've never read Lord of the Rings. So.
Yes, but I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is kind of like the same thing. Even if Harry Potter, you're gonna see, hey, this is the prophecy of Harry Potter when he was young kid. When he grow up, he's gonna do this, but you can still write it out because you're writing the book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But at the same time, they really failed. All these prophecies, they really failed. And soon as people can realize that all these prophecies really failed, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about the converting. But that's what I can say.
Yeah, and they won't. They'll just reorganize them, kind of like they've done with every other failed prophecy. They reorganize the prophecy, make it into a more future event, and they'll keep doing it, just like Brother Joshua did with his whole rapture.
Yep.
Couple months ago.
I wonder where he is right now. Oh my God.
He's being kind of quiet right now.
Yeah, he's being quiet. By the way, did you see the guy in Ghana? He got arrested. The Noah guy, he got arrested.
Oh, I didn't know he got arrested because I did a video about him.
Yes, he got arrested.
Ebo Noah got arrested.
Oh my God, he got arrested.
Can't get arrested because I'm waiting for the day after Christmas. I want to see the rain fall on Christmas.
He's telling people that they're gonna see the power of the Lord. He's saying that his arrest, the Lord told him that he's gonna get arrested. So it's just a fulfillment.
Yeah. Even if it's raining where I'm at on Christmas Day, I'm gonna I will drive beyond the weather. I don't care if it's a 1 hour drive, 2 hour drive, 3 hour drive. I'm driving beyond the fucking weather. Where it's not raining, and make a video about how Ebo Noah, I got that planned. That motherfucker lied. Just like every other prophecy that these people keep coming up with. Especially it goes against, then this would be this guy lying. If that did happen, actually I might do it in the rain. I might drive to where it is raining. And talk about how this guy lied because he said that he would never do this. He would never destroy the world by rain again. By water.
Yep. Why is he doing this now? Yes, you're definitely right about it. And just to stay on the topic again about how religion, how it controls people, and how hatred in it. I always look into how, like, even the Charlie Kirk, how the situation turned into be, how they start to use his death in religious way, saying, oh, he was a prophet, he was this, and any church that was not agreeing with that, they became enemies with each other. Did you see that? Churches were becoming enemies because of the death of Charlie Kirk. Some church stood up and they said they don't agree with what Charlie Kirk said. Others, they started to go against each other, and I was seeing pastors and people of the same church tearing each other down. I'm like, wow, you see this hatred that he's creating, and what does the government is gonna do? The government is gonna take a chance of that, and the president is gonna run with that narrative, and it's gonna start to expose, trying to turn into a Republican versus Democrats. Now it's Democrats now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're gonna keep doing that.
But it's a Republican kid who killed him. It's a Republican kid who shot him. You know what I'm saying?
They try to skirt around the fact that the kid was a Republican and just try to make him seem like he was a Democrat. But the fact of the matter is his parents are Republican. The boy was Republican. So it was all, they want to control that narrative so that they can keep people fighting against one another, keep them against one another, which is the purpose of the government with religion.
Yep.
Is to keep people together.
And the government is gonna keep on controlling as long as they see it's a tool for controlling. They're gonna keep on using it because they need that power. And there is something powerful that you once said, that in order for Christianity to fall apart, it's the day that women is gonna start to leave this religion.
Yeah.
Because women are the ones who have more power in this religion, and they don't even see that. You know, and this religion treat them as property, but they are the one holding this religion, but they don't even see that.
Yeah. As soon as the women walk away, it's over.
Yes.
Done.
Soon as the women walk away, it's over, for real, for real. And the issue is they are the ones who are more indoctrinated in it. They are the ones who are holding into it. They are the ones who hold into it. They're like, oh, my Jesus, my Jesus, my Jesus. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why you see a lot of countries are becoming more secular, because the women in those countries are the ones who are walking away. And when they walk away, the women are the mother is the main teacher of a child, even though fathers are, you know, in today's world, fathers are becoming equally more the teachers of children. But back in the day, women were the main teacher of the child.
Definitely.
So the more and more women walk away from it, and they have been in a lot of these European countries, women have walked away from this religion. So the children are not growing up with this religion. So this is why you see the Gen Zers and the millennials and whatever, this next group, Gen Alpha, they will not be as religious or Christian or any other religion. And they will then perpetuate that to their children. And
yes, sir.
Become freer and freer from this vice of religion, and then only have to do with the government.
Yeah, and the Bible will be read just as the mythological books. It will be read like that. And that's what we want. Now we want the Bible to be read the same way we read about Zeus and all these stories. We want it to be like that, because that's what it is. You know,
that's all it is. But,
yes, sir.
Let me let Eric get up here. He's been patiently waiting.
All right. Thank you so much, Coach. I appreciate you. And by the way, sorry I have taken time to not send you an email. I'll make sure today I send you an email. But thank you so much, Coach. I appreciate it. And for your support, for everybody, keep on watching and keep on supporting, Coach. You know, I know what you're doing. I know, but I will definitely today. I will send you an email, definitely, and we'll talk more. We'll talk more, definitely. All right. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, man. Take care, man. And good luck on all the exams that you're going through. And I wish you all the best, you know.
Oh, I'm not having any major problems.
Yes.
I need to lose about 30 pounds. That's about it.
Wow, I get it. But it's good. I know you into working out. I know you got this. I know you into working out. You know, you got this. You know.
I used to be a personal trainer. I know how to do it. I'll get it.
All right. That's good. You know, I'm starting younger. You know, I always make sure every 6 months I check in with my health, make sure I eat good. I keep myself healthy, because I wanna still be here to see an atheist president.
Appreciate
Hi,
you.
Lorenz. All right, Coach. Thank you so much. Have a good day, man. We'll continue to talk. Thank you.
You too, bro.
Yep.
See, I ain't even had to throw Billy under the bus. He threw himself under the bus. Threw himself under there.
Yeah, yes, sir.
What's going on?
Not a whole lot, Coach. So I was going to get on here and debate on how working a job in the U.S., not anywhere else in the world, talking specifically about the U.S., how working a job and paying taxes doesn't make you a slave to the economic system. But I'm not going to do that because I always told myself I'm not going to try to sway anybody's opinion on what they feel. I let them figure it out on their own. So I'm respectfully going to back down and bow out of that and just say thanks for having me. Keep doing what you're doing, and I appreciate you, brother.
No, don't back down. Hell, you've been waiting.
No, I'm backing out. I don't want to sway nobody's opinion. I don't want to change nobody's mind.
We swaying some opinions, goddammit. that just okay. The reality is that yes, no matter what country you live in, you living under a regime, an economic system. It doesn't matter what country. There's an economic system in every country. There's always been an economic system. The moment people started living together, there's been an economic system that you're under, whether it's hunter-gatherers, all the way up until today to the different various forms of economics we have.
Right.
You are still not a slave to the economic system unless you give in to the economic system. So one of the things, see, if you guys should have been on my, you should have signed up for my webinar about 9 businesses to start, or
I might have to.
or my Financially on Fire one that I did about 6 months ago.
I should have.
You are, the moment you develop economic freedom from debt and from the controls and being able to be hit by economic systems and then being a hurt locker, you are no longer in servitude, not slavery, in servitude to that economic system to the same degree as a person who is working a 9 to 5, don't have any savings, spending more money than they make, not investing in vehicles that will give you economic freedom. So if you're just living your life based on your paycheck, then yeah, you are at the lower end of the caste system. So I'll give you that aspect of it, but it's still not comparable to slavery.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. I was never comparing chattel slavery to economic slavery. You can there's no way in hell you can compare the two.
Okay.
That's two different aspects of slavery, right?
All right.
One is torture. One is the means to take care of yourself and your family. Right. So no, you can't compare chattel slavery to economic slavery. And you did touch on the subject that I was getting at. So economic slavery is the ability to go out and gain economic freedom. I give you that. But you got people, you got families, and you got citizens that have to work a paycheck to paycheck. And I heard this thing about you have a choice. No, you still don't have a choice, because if you don't work, you can't afford to live. You can't afford some of the liberties that's granted by having money, so you can have these things. And you say you had a choice because you could leave that job and go to another job. Guess what? If you leave that job and go to another job, you're still bounded by the same penalties and laws that apply to the last job. The work environment might be better, but you're still bounded by those penalties. You fuck up on your taxes, you can get penalized. You can even go to prison, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's you trapped in the system.
You in the system, but you don't have to be trapped by the system. And this is what most people don't understand, and they don't get it in their youth. So I did things 30 years ago so that by the time I turned 50, I didn't have to work.
I'm in that same boat.
I didn't have to own my own company.
I'm in the same boat.
Because of the things I did 30 years ago. Now, so like this is what I've taught my children now. One of my children not paying attention at all.
Right.
But my other two, they paid attention. They've been doing, especially my son has been doing the things that are necessary, so that my son is 20, 23, 24, one of them numbers. But he will, if he continues on the pathway that I set him on, by the time he's 45, he will not have to work anywhere if he chooses not to. He will not have to open a company if he chooses not to. And so it takes time, it takes commitment to do so. But the reason why most people don't is because they're trying to live every bit of the moment of the day. You know, they don't know how to sacrifice anything. I remember a time frame when, I was making way more money than the people around me, but I was living way less than what they were living.
Right.
So for them, if they lose a paycheck, and one of my friends, he was a friend at the time, he ain't a friend no more. But him and his wife lost their job. I paid for their life for 6 months. All right. The only reason I was able to do that is because even though the money I was making, well, I don't give a fuck. I was making around 180. My lifestyle was still based on living on 50. Right. So I could take care of his family for 6 months. Yeah, he was supposed to do some educational stuff, but he didn't do it. So that's why I stopped doing it. Stopped taking care of his life.
Right.
But the thing about it is they all had new cars. We had older cars, right?
Yeah.
They all had brand new houses. I had a 20-year-old house. You know, I still had furniture that was 9 and 10 years old. TVs that was 9 and 10 years old. I wasn't buying new shit all the damn time.
Right.
Because
Right.
I'm trying to put money where the money can work for me.
Exactly. I get where you're going. I agree with what you're saying, because I'm in that same bubble now where I let my money work for me. I don't have to go out and work to get the money. But the main premise that I was trying to make was anybody that works a 9 to 5 for a paycheck that pays taxes is caught in the system. And that in itself is economic slavery, because you can leave a job and go to another job. You leave a job and go to another job, but until you get yourself in a position where your money can make money for you, you caught in the system.
I would say you're in economic servitude. I guess the word slavery is the word that throws me off, because slavery indicates that you're owned.
Well,
you're owned by somebody. Now, if you said economic servitude, I probably would just let it go, because I can deal with that word. And word choices do make a big difference.
Yeah. Well, I guess that goes to what my grandma used to say. It doesn't matter what you call, matters what you answer to. Now, so
I mean, because I get what you're saying. Like my mom, you would probably say my mother was in a situation of economic slavery, because she was, when this one factory shut down, she had to work 2.5 jobs just to make the same amount of money that she was making before. And even with those jobs, she still wasn't able to save. There were plenty of times where, in order for us to eat, we had to go to our grandparents' house. She hadn't learned the lessons that my grandfather was teaching. So we suffered, during that time frame. And it felt like economic slavery. Like it will be this time of year and I'll be waiting for Christmas so that I can get winter clothes that fit.
Yeah.
As a growing child, you grow out of your clothes. You can't wear those clothes anymore because they're too damn little.
Hand-me-downs.
So thankfully we was in the South, so the winter wasn't harsh.
Right.
So I get the situation of people being where they are locked down. Now, how locked down was my mom? Could she have taken the in-house educational program that her job was offering? She could have. She chose not to. Her sister, on the other hand, my Aunt Net took advantage of every educational opportunity they had with Allstate, and she grew in the company and she became invaluable to the company. Like the company wasn't going to let her go. They gave her the raises. They gave her, and she was able to invest money and so on and so forth. So they're all in their high 60s or early. My mom's 79. And so I think they all should be about 70 now, in their 70s. But she lives a much more comfortable life than my mom. Right. But now what me and my brother and sister did do was to set my mom up so that she doesn't have to be a Walmart greeter or nothing like that. We did set her up so that her old age is easier, but most people don't do that. And that's the problem. So it's their own self. It's your own self that puts you into that situation. Right. Now, there are some countries where people don't have opportunities.
Yeah, now I was going to say that. I would agree that it's the mindset that keeps people stuck in position. But there are those instances where it doesn't matter if you have an immaculate mindset. The environment, the conditions of your environment still keeps you trapped in the bubble.
You to a certain degree, I agree with that. And then you do still have to, like my aunt still has, even though the house is paid off, she still has to pay property taxes. You still got to pay because that's the economic system that we're in. But it's different when you, like a lot of these dumbass people are like in their 50s and they buying brand new houses. Brand new house for
Yeah.
and you're trying to retire in the next 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
You can't retire in 10 years and have a brand new and still have that high ass mortgage because your money about to get cut.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you've been putting money in a system where you're still going to have the same amount of money when you retire, then yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you can buy that new house. But if you don't, you need to stay where you at.
You probably should.
Do some remodeling, maybe.
You probably should.
Stay in the same damn house. You know?
But here's a situation. Here's a situation where I say that doesn't matter the mindset, the environment, your conditions can keep you trapped in the bubble. So you got a lot of families, especially where I grew up. You got a lot of families that work their ass off, and they realize that they're so deep in the system that they would take a lot for them to get out of it. So they try to make things possible for the generation next, the generation coming after them, like the kids or whatever. Now, if their mindset ain't right, then they just gonna fail too. And some of them, if their mindset is correct, they'll excel. But you can find yourself. So you got where I grew up, where I grew up, and when I grew up, you had people that controlled the job market, right? You had people that control jobs. Doesn't matter how much you know or how good you are at your job, you won't go get that job because of certain conditions. True. And that's trapped in the bubble. You still trapped in the bubble.
No, you're not. Let me tell you why you're not.
Yeah, explain that one.
Wherever your family was, they could move.
No.
Yeah,
I'm gonna disagree with that. I'm gonna disagree with that. If you don't have the money to move, where you going?
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Right? And I have met too many people from foreign countries that were impoverished, but they did what they had to do. It might have taken them 10 years to save, but they saved 10 years so that they can move to America where they had better opportunities. Then when they got to America, they saved for another 10 years to open up their own business, right? And then they worked the shit out of that business, 80 hours a week, working the hell out of it so that they can have a better life for them, not only for their children, but a better life for themselves.
Right.
Now, of course, when we see people do that, that is a small minority of the people from the country they're leaving. But people in America, you have way more opportunities than other people. So it may have taken your family members 10 years of being able to save money to move. But you can do it. You just have to have the discipline and the mindset to do so. That thing the problem is it didn't hurt them as much. If it hurt, I realize people don't change because a greater opportunity is presented to them. Most people don't. Most people make a change in life when they feel enough pain.
Yeah.
And even though I don't know your family, I'm going to say they didn't feel enough pain.
Oh no, my mom definitely made the move.
Right. Okay.
My mom's in a much better
felt enough
situation.
pain to say, I got to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
But
I agree with you.
They don't feel that pain. Right. I know why my oldest daughter doesn't feel the pain. Right. One, she knows she got me. She knows she got a mom. She got some uncles and aunties that can, slide her a couple of $100 here and there. But she will switch jobs. Like she switched, now she's in IT. So now she's making more money. So because she's making more money, she don't feel the need to create a savings and create investments like the other. She ain't felt no real pain, The other two felt a little bit of pain, but one of them is one of those. Well, the other two, let me rephrase that. The other two are the types that they don't need to feel pain in order to make a change in their life. So that's good for them. But that middle one, that oldest, she needs to feel some pain in order for her. Most people in America need that pain. And when they don't, and they just sit there and suffer, and they just blame the government, they just blame the company, they just say this is just the way it is, and what am I supposed to do? What can I do? And they don't think they can do anything. They feel powerless. That's the mentality that they have, but that's the mentality that it has to be broken, right? And maybe the KKK or somebody needs to march down your family neighborhood and burn every goddamn house. They'll feel the pain then.
I don't know, Coach. We're gonna agree to disagree, and I agree with you on a lot of things you just said, but some things we just gonna have to agree to disagree. Because, and I say that only because the system is, and I say the system, I say that very loosely. Certain conditions can beat you down so fucking much that you just lose you lose hope. And I've seen that happen to a lot of people, especially where I'm at. I've seen that the system just beats you no matter how fucking far you hit, and you could get a good grip, but the smallest thing can just beat you down so fucking much that you lose hope. You lose hope, and that happens.
It does.
And that's one of the things that trap people in the bubble. That's what I was speaking on. You being according to the conditions of your environment.
Yeah.
You take the poorest part of Louisiana. Those people have been beat the fuck down. I mean, down. They've been beat down. And no matter how much they try to achieve or grow, the system still beats them down some more.
But you know what? I understand that we're going to agree to disagree. This is where I say, if they actually learn the system, then they will learn how to beat the system. So
I agree with that. I agree with that.
One simple thing, very simple. One of the things that I did, because I hated being poor as a child. Being poor was like the worst fucking thing to experience.
Amen. Amen.
I'd rather go down the street and have the local bully beat my ass than be poor. So I started looking at what rich people do. And then, even though I know I couldn't do it at their level, those opportunities that rich people do were there for me as well. So when I was in the Marine Corps and I was poor as fucking Marine Corps because I took on another person's debt, I was poor. Like, we had $50 at the end of the month to be able, I mean, for every pay period, we had $50 left over to eat and put gas in the car, right? That's all we had.
Mm-hmm.
So I recognize that rich people had businesses that they weren't even working so that they can use them as tax deductions.
Mm-hmm.
And that way you can claim the higher number of dependents on your W-4 so that you can have more money throughout
at the end of the year. Yeah.
No, more money throughout the year. And then the system is set up where even if you haven't paid hardly shit in taxes, you will be able to get more money than you paid in taxes during tax season. So I utilize what rich people do to keep my money every month. And because I was claiming 10, so I wasn't paying hardly shit in taxes.
Right.
And every tax season, I get my little $2,000-$3,000 check. Right. So because I wasn't paying as much, I was able to keep most of my check. I had more money left over at the end, each month, so that I can put into vehicles to make money.
Right.
And then I would get that little bonus. I would used to call taxes bonus checks. I would get my little bonus check. I was taking y'all money.
Right?
I'm taking y'all money that y'all paid in taxes, and I'm utilizing that to actually build another business that I'm looking to actually make money from.
Mm-hmm.
But then, because I would take all those tax deductions from the business and I would make everything. I go out to eat, I'm gonna have a business conversation, I'm deducting this whole goddamn meal and everything else that comes with it, right? I'm deducting every damn thing I possibly can deduct. When me and my wife travel this upcoming 2 weeks, about 18 days of travel here, the main reason, since this podcasting shit is under a business, I will make videos purposely. I mean, I'll make videos anyway, but one of the other reasons why I will make videos every day while we're traveling is because then the entire travel becomes tax deductible.
By tax expense. Yeah.
All of it is expense.
Yeah.
So I haven't paid taxes since 1991. Right?
That's sharp.
I don't plan on paying taxes.
That's sharp.
The rest of my life.
That's sharp. That's sharp.
Being a veteran, I don't even have to pay property taxes.
But you got a leg up being a veteran. What about those people that aren't veterans?
Well, that's their fault.
Go ahead.
No, but even those people who aren't veterans, yeah, you still might have to pay property taxes, but you can avoid most other taxations if you can. Or most taxation if you just start a business, whether you're doing it or not. And like a lot of my IT guys who taxes I do at the end of the year, I had them don't set up an IT firm or IT company, but don't make any damn money. Every time you go on vacation, put in a bid for a contract. Write the whole vacation off. Take your family on a vacation. Make your family members board members. Now have a meeting while you're out there. Record the minutes. Now the whole vacation becomes a tax deduction.
Yeah.
I taught them everything they needed to do so that when I did their taxes, these jokers are getting like gobs of money back. You know, now they do hit a point where I can't look, man. You got to pay. You're gonna have to pay a little bit of tax because now your ass is making like $250 a year. So you're gonna have to pay something. But that's what rich people do. Poor people can do the same damn thing. Life gonna be tighter. You may not have streaming services, you know, but you might be clipping some coupons. But shit, you got to do it until you can get above that. And by doing that, they can save the money. They can move. They can make themselves more marketable to the net market. They can make themselves more marketable to the environment, so that they can get the higher paying job, so that they can then make more money, but still live the same way they were living, and they can invest that money.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Americans just ain't gonna do it.
No, because one reason is because they don't know anything about it. That's one reason. And
in today's world, that's their fucking fault. When I was doing it in the 90s, bro, when I was doing it in the 90s, I had to go and do the research. I had to go to the libraries. I had to do the research. We ain't had no internet. In today's world, the internet makes it so easy for you to understand the basic economics of success and failure in any country. Like if I was getting ready to move to a different country, you can easily go online and research the economic principles of that country and roll up in there and do your shit the right way. So that you're good to go. And then that's another thing. And nothing, once you develop some type of money-making system that pays you, let's just say $3,000 to $4,000 a month, right? That doesn't require you going inside of any other building. You can do the shit from home. Now, all you need to do is have the mindset to say that I'm going to move to this particular country, because $3,000 to $4,000 in this country is like making $8,000 in America.
Yeah.
Right. So we're not even beholden to having to live in America or in any other more expensive economic system.
Yeah.
So I'm not the one for anybody's excuses. If you do it, you're doing it to yourself.
I'm gonna wholeheartedly agree with you on that one. Today's internet and sources of information makes it extremely difficult not to succeed. It makes it extremely difficult not to succeed. I would say I was more speaking on how the 80s and 90s rolled over to the youth today, and how they're not taking advantage of the resources they didn't have in the 80s and 90s compared to the resources they have today. So I would 1000% give you your flowers on that one. You got it. You got it.
I'm gonna say now that 80s and 90s actually rolls more into us Gen Xers, of Gen X not knowing or not utilizing the shit. These millennials and Gen Zers, they grew up with the internet. That's why they are the ones that when you look at a lot of expat communities, other than veterans and retirees, they're the ones who moving. They're the ones who are leaving. They're the ones who, and this is and hopefully nobody who was on the 9 businesses will get mad at me about this one. they are the ones who are taking advantage of Whatnot and Whatnot live auctions and TikTok live sales. Like they are QVC in like a month. Like, you remember QVC, right? Home Shopping Network.
Oh hell yeah! Oh yeah!
So this is one of the things I talked about in that webinar on Sunday. Anybody, because I see some of if you go to Whatnot and look at some of the people who are doing their live sales shows, these people are the deadest fucking personalities. But I watch them.
TikTok.
I will watch them over 10 minutes make $150.
Especially on TikTok.
So
I just got a TikTok account.
No, Whatnot. I'm telling you.
No, I haven't checked out Whatnot. I checked out. I'm 51 years old, man. I don't get into all this. I checked out TikTok, and I see a lot of people have got this little banner at the bottom for items they sell, right?
Well,
but they use,
those are the affiliates.
Yeah. Well, I don't really understand it too much, but I know that they use TikTok as a means of establishing some type of business, but they make their money in other ways on TikTok. But
TikTok sucks. The majority of the way that some people make money on TikTok is when people give gifts, right? It's kind of like people do a super chat on here. But unlike YouTube pays for the views, right? Because so they can advertise to people. You're going to make more money on YouTube, Facebook with views than you're going to do on TikTok. The little banners you see are affiliates. So I can go to my TikTok, set up the affiliate so that I can make money if somebody clicks on those links, right? But what I'm talking about is when you see the person on TikTok live and they've set up their live shopping account where they are literally selling you the product right then.
Yeah, I've seen it.
People are buying it. It's QVC, it's Home Shopping Network. That you are going to see more people become independent of jobs in the next 5 to 10 years doing that. And Whatnot is going to grow bigger than TikTok as far as the live shopping, which is why I suggested that the people who was on there Sunday, if they choose to do that, Whatnot, they got to be on Whatnot because that's the one that's going to grow the most because those people are coming there to buy something. TikTok live people is a lot of windows.
Yeah,
you have people on there, but you only got about 10 people buying.
Yeah.
On Whatnot, if you got 1,000 people, them 1,000 people are there to buy.
I gotta check out Whatnot.
Let me say the majority are there to buy something. So
you just told me something. I've heard about Whatnot, but I never checked it out. But now I'm gonna have to give it a good look.
And then if you don't have a product, you can go to Alibaba or some of these other newer sites that connects you directly to the manufacturer.
Yeah.
Buy the products, you might have to buy 100, you might have to buy 1,000. But where you can buy the damn grown products, get it within 30 days, and start selling them.
Get it at wholesale price. Then you can take that to Whatnot and sell it.
Yeah, and so nobody has an excuse. I see people who are our age on there selling shit. And it's proven to work. China been doing it for 2 years, almost 3 years. India's been doing it for about a year and a half. And there's another country that kind of proved it out for me. Oh, Japan. So India, China, and Japan have proven that this thing is solid. It's not pioneer anymore. It's settler time. And you know the saying, pioneers get slaughtered, settlers get the gold.
Yeah. But it's kind of cutting out the middleman.
It's
direct commerce and commerce trade. That's basically all it is.
And people lazy. So, people don't want to go to the stores anymore. I hate going to a store. I do. I'd rather sit in the parking lot and let my wife go in the store before I go in the store. I hate going to the store. And she'd rather order online before going into a store.
I kind of agree with both of you on that one.
Yeah.
I'd much rather cut the middleman, just buy directly online.
And
the only difference is you got to wait for it, but that's where American commerce has its, I would say, disadvantage more than an advantage because you get it instantly. And America knows that people in America like instant gratification. Nobody wants to wait for anything. So they're willing to pay that extra dollar to get it. And
baby boomers and Gen X, yes. These other motherfuckers, they will wait because they are accustomed to waiting for Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
So they will wait. And a lot of Gen Xers are accustomed to waiting for Amazon. So if you have your shipping, you get your shipping situation correct. That's why you got to get the product in. You can't, I wouldn't do the drop ship from the manufacturer, because the drop ship from the manufacturer may take 30 days, 20 days to get to the person. But if you bring the product in and you already have it, then you can ship it same day, next day, and then the person receives it within a few days, which is what they're accustomed to by having Amazon.
Right.
This is why you may have to make $1,000 investment, $2,000 investment to get the product in and then start selling it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense. That way, if you could get it to the customer quicker, you could build your clientele. You build a good rapport as far as your sales and your merchandise and how it's handled. So yeah, I mean, I get that business aspect of it, but
yeah.
I get where you're going with it, and then that's sharp. It's sharp. So
That's why I haven't been a slave to this economic system. And let me hit you with another. If you don't want to go through Alibaba, if you're near a large enough city that has an America's Mart, just go to
Right.
America's Mart. Pay your $25, $45 to become a member of America's Mart. Get your business license, all that kind of stuff. Go to America's Mart. You're dealing with the wholesaler right there, and you can grab and you can take it right there with you, and you going home that same day with the product.
Okay.
That's how I sold my sunglasses and my watches. I went to America's Mart, bought all my shit, and I sold it immediately.
Okay. Well, I'm like I said, I agree with everything you're saying so far. Not everything. Some things I kind of disagree with you. Especially when it comes to the environment, the conditions of your environment, and certain people's mindset, and what led them to be in that mindset. I kind of disagree with you on that, because I still feel like certain people are environmentally and conditionally trapped in a bubble, and that's based on the situations around them. So that's.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, because I got plenty of family members who are stuck in based on the environment they grew up in. But when I look at them and say, that's your fault. That's your fault.
I can't argue that.
You can change it if you really, really wanted to.
I can't argue that.
They don't want to.
I want to, but I can't argue. All right, man, it's been a pleasure talking to you always, Coach.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
All right, take care of yourself, man. You and your family.
You too. Thanks. Oh, I know you're trying to hide your face. Let me get you off the screen. No, look, we're only entrapped by government, by our environment, if we allow ourselves to be. The same thing with this religious aspect of it. You're only trapped as much as you allow yourself to be trapped. You can alter the trajectory of your life at any moment, as soon as you decide to, and then maintain that decision, putting efforts and work behind it. You can make whatever changes you desire to make in your life. I've always been a proponent of that. I will always be a proponent of that, especially when I've done it. When I tell y'all I grew up poor. I grew up dirt ass poor. I was poor. You know, of course, there were other people that was poorer than us, but shit. And yeah, we had additional family members that were helpful. Some people didn't have that, but I don't give a damn. Everybody's born into their situation, but that don't mean you have to live in that situation your whole life. You do have agency. So that's why, like, when I did the 9 businesses, I knew it was only going to be a few people. It turned out to be 11 people. When I did the Financially on Fire, I knew that it was only going to be a few people. It was like 25 people, you know, and matter of fact, I need an update from those 25 people. I want to know how many people have changed their situation. They now had 6 months. If they utilize the information that I gave them, All of them should have higher credit scores and should have money in the bank and be investing money, right? If you didn't, you wasted your $10. But that program will never be $10 again. I'll tell you right now, next time I do it, it will not be $10. You know, I do recognize that when people pay $10 for something, the amount you pay for something demonstrates your commitment to what you do with that thing, right? So y'all better get off y'all ass. There's no reason, even right now, because me and my wife decided that, the life we live right now is fine. It's fine. But we decided we want to live a different life, in about 10, 15 years. So making some more changes. I had no intentions of starting another business, but got to start another one. And, because in 10 to 15 years, our desire is to live way more extravagantly than we are living now. I want all the shit, all the toys, go to all the places that I want to go, do all the things I want to do. So y'all better get with it. Exams. I see y'all. I don't know what conversation y'all having over there. Yeah, and him, Matzabal, because he said exams, it reminded me. I do have another exam on Thursday. Well, it's not an exam; it's a doctor's appointment to go over my labs. That's all we're really doing is going over the labs on Thursday. So Thursday, I will not be able to have a show because, of course, the appointment is at the time frame that I should be doing a show. So there will not be a show on Thursday. This is funny to me. As Matzabal said, my partner has a Catholic aunt in Poland who is constantly having people in her church pray for me to find success and money. Yeah, prayer ain't gonna work, bro. People can pray for you all day to have some money, but it is never gonna come it's never just gonna show up at your door. There's always a cause and effect for any time you get some money. And if you're not the causation, most of the time it's never gonna happen. We're talking about Jesus' face on bread confirmed by the Vatican is real, as real in the year 2025. Sounds like some pareidolia to me. I didn't see anything about 2025 it being confirmed. That's crazy work. That is some crazy work right there. What's crazy is people are seeing the face of Jesus on bread, on buildings and clouds and all that kind of stuff. But the problem is nobody knows what Jesus looked like. If Jesus was a real person, if there was an itinerant preacher who was going around and that's what the legend is based off of, the myth is based off of, don't nobody know what that motherfucker looked like. Nobody knows what that looked like. So yes, the Catholic Church has recently confirmed a Eucharist miracle in Kerala, India, where the face of Jesus appeared on a consecrated host in 2013, with the Vatican officially recognizing it in May 2025 after decade-long investigation, allowing for public veneration of this supernatural sign. The events in a word that I can't pronounce, Kanaru, is seen as a powerful affirmation of the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist, reinforcing the core belief that the bread becomes the actual body of Christ, not just as a symbol. Oh my gosh. And let's see. Let's look at it. Let me find an image of this bullshit. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted. Let me see if I can get this as an image. Okay, it'll JPEG. Y'all ain't gonna be able to see this on TikTok. So this is the one from India. If it comes up, let me make sure it comes up for I say that as a JPEG. Where did it go? Oh, that's why we are pricing computers today. Where is it saved at? It's saved on the downloads. So why did I not see it? It's in the download folder, this PC download folder. Image file. This PC download folder. Where the hell is it? I'm trying to show y'all this image of this bread that supposedly is, I mean, there's a bunch of different images of breads, but the one from India is on a wafer. And this wafer is supposed to be proof of Jesus. And the Vatican has said, yes, that's Jesus. Because it won't show up for me to bring it on here. The crazy part about it is that it looks a little bit different, but very much like the same Jesus image that all these people keep on claiming is Jesus. And how in the hell are you going to claim that this image is Jesus when it looks like the paintings of all the, it won't. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to do this the rough and tumbled way. I tried to do this the nice way, but it don't want to work in the nice way. So all these images, especially that one in the far right, is supposed to be the image of that the Vatican has validated as being Jesus on some bread, on a wafer for the Eucharist. Now, how is it that all these images of Jesus always look similar to the different various paintings of Jesus? They always look like either Caesarea Borgia, or they look like the actor or some other version. But they always show this stringy haired dude, not the curly haired dude. He's always light skinned, right? He's always light skinned, lacking melanin for a time frame where, yes, there were, even though the Greeks and the Romans had conquered for centuries before Jesus, the Galilean people still maintained a close-knit network of marriage and didn't marry too much outside of their own people groups, outside of their tribes. And yet this Jesus character is going to come out looking straight up European. Come on now. This makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. The fact that people believe this bullshit. But that's how the structure works. You got a powerful organization called the Vatican. You got 1 billion people who believe whatever the Vatican is telling you. And so because you accept their authority, you'll go ahead and believe that this is God. That wafer looked like some manufactured bullshit. It looked like something that a company would make. And I've seen where they've done wafers and the company have put doves or praying hands or some other bullshit on it. And they're claiming that this is proof of Jesus and the Eucharist and the if you wanted to prove that this turns into the flesh of this Jesus, what you would have to do is eat the wafer, let the wafer go inside the person's body, then extract the material of the wafer and show that it has become flesh. So you would have to show the cannibalism that it became flesh, and then you got something. An image on a piece of bread, a wafer, doesn't mean that it turns into the blood, the body. Drink some wine and then extract the wine from the person's body, their stomach. No, not when it come out their ass. And, and show me that it turned into blood or body, right? But people are so easily duped into believing this nonsense that they will just run with it. They'll just run with this agency over to the authority of the church in order to validate their religion. Like, this is why I can never take these people seriously, right? I can never take any of these people serious when they make these claims, because look, that was some bullshit. I know y'all couldn't see it on TikTok, but that was some bullshit. Straight bullshit. They claim this is Jesus after a 12-year investigation. It took them 12 years to investigate it, but they didn't remove it from anybody's body. Come on now. Come on. Show me something real. Because this transubstantiation that they claim is just some control mechanism, because you can only have this if you receive the Eucharist from the priest. You can't. This doesn't happen if you receive the Eucharist at home, And according to this Jesus character, he said that anytime you gather in my name, he didn't say anytime you gather under a priest, anytime you gather under a church leader. He said, anytime you gather in my name, that you drink the blood, drink the wine, eat the bread, and you're drinking his blood and eating his body. And the original day of worship being on Sunday, on Sundays, early Christians used to get together and to recognize the Eucharist, not make that the Sabbath. Early Christians still held that the Sabbath was Friday night to Saturday, but they gathered on Sunday to repeat the Eucharist. But by the time we start getting into 2nd, 3rd, 4th century, and especially 4th century, when Constantine was like, look here, y'all gonna have y'all Sabbath on a Sunday just like everybody else, just like all us other sun worshipers. That's when the Sabbath flipped to being Sunday. But prior to that, Hellenistic Christians and Jewish Christians still practice a Friday night to Saturday night Sabbath, but they gathered for the Eucharist on a Sunday. And that's the reality of it. It is not the bullshit that the church try to tell you today that, oh, he was in the grave and he rose on that Sunday, and that's why Sunday is now the Sabbath. No, they practice the Eucharist on a Sunday. That's a whole nother video. I could probably do a video about that. I put that one in my pocket. Because over these from the 20th, let's see, our move starts on Friday, ends on Sunday. And then, ends on Monday. And then on Sunday, we're driving. So, got to put some videos in my pocket because I've got a total of 6 days of driving. 3 days driving going, 3 days driving coming back. It's the only thing about going to see family. Definitely interested in that topic? No problem. Hell, I might knock that one out before I actually hit the road. Let me do a little bit more. Let me go back and get a little bit more research so I can give you more information. Before I put that one out. Well, we've had some good guests today. Technically, we got 21 more minutes before I normally would get off. If there is any more other guests that want to come on, let me know. Otherwise, I think we can see how the government has constantly controlled your religions, these religions. Yeah, I know that's a lot of driving. Yeah. It's easy. It's more cost effective for us to drive than to fly, because if we flew, we have to fly to Atlanta, we'll fly to North Carolina, then fly to Atlanta, then rent cars, because I don't like borrowing other people's cars. You can't treat other people's cars like you treat your own car. So it'd be all right. I don't mind driving anyway. That means we get to stop in. We're stopping in New Orleans on the way in, stopping in New Orleans, stopping in Atlanta, then going to Wilmington, North Carolina, then come back from Wilmington, stopping in Atlanta again for a weekend, then stopping in Baton Rouge before we come home. And we want to be home by New Year's Eve. Well, by New Year's Eve, to finish putting our new house together, our new space. And that's another thing. Like, we're leaving this house and moving into an apartment. It'll save us some money that we can then invest. People aren't willing to do things like that. People think like, oh, you're going to leave a house for an apartment. Well, one, it's a fucking house. Every time I go in my backyard, all them fucking dogs start barking. I won't be around no damn dogs. And all them dogs barking in the background. I actually had somebody comment on a video yesterday, because I shot those videos in the house, and they said, I can't wait for you to move so I don't hear all that barking. It's a nice little quiet apartment. And I investigated it. There's no noise. Actually, Isaac, I think I'll be closer to you, sir. Yep, New Year's Eve according to America. Yeah, but what is this one? Centuries ago, a pooped out pope actually said that all Christians should be ashamed of their private parts. He should have been ashamed for saying such a fucking lie. I would agree. Why would you be, that's that sexual, they always want to control your sexuality. They want you to be ashamed of your sexuality. People should be free to explore their sexuality. I was on a bus for 4 days from Texas to Arizona. Oh my gosh. No, Texas to Arizona is just 2 days. Depends upon where you're leaving out of Texas, but that's 2 days. Unless you're leaving out of Houston, then that's 3 days. That's a long ass way. Okay, so I'll be Ubering. No car payment, no gas, no insurance. That's what one of my children does. We were just talking about that yesterday. She refuses to buy a car and I love the way when me and her had our discussion about it, because I was just like, I was thinking she was just being lazy and didn't want to drive, and we get her sister to drive and her brother to drive her around. But she did the math on it. Based on her driving, based on the places she go, it was far cheaper for her to just Uber whenever she needed to and use public transportation, because she's still in college as well. So she uses the college transportation in order to get back and forth from classes. But it's cheaper for her to Uber than it is for her to buy a car, have the car payment, have the insurance, and all the maintenance and stuff. But yes, they're always trying to control your sexuality. And this is actually becoming more and more popular of an arrangement than most people realize. Boss lady saying, agreed, I don't want to get married again, but I do want to have a girlfriend and a boyfriend. And I love that this is becoming more popular in the Black community, because, I view having a throuple or quadruple, whatever we call it, I just know the term throuple. If you do it right, it is way more financially advantageous. This ain't the rich motherfucker in Dubai where the man just working and he's providing for, 2 wives or 3 wives. No, that's not how you do it. We gonna have you got to have at least 2 checks coming in. At least 2 checks is coming in. You may have one person who's a great homemaker and takes care of everything in the house so that nobody has to worry about doing anything in the house when they come home, so that everybody's stress-free in the house. You might have one person doing that. The other 2 people need to be bringing in some checks so that you can start building a wall of financial protection around you. Right? It has to be more than just the companionship. It has to also involve the financial betterment. If there's children involved, then the village mentality for the children. Yeah, if you're gonna do it, you do it right. I see few people doing it wrong, thinking, I've met some women who were like, oh, I want to do polygamy, so I got to find a man who got enough money to take, so they ain't got to work. And like, both women don't want to work. Like, hell no, they ain't gonna work. No. In most cases, you need 2 checks. Yeah, and everybody need to be on the same page. If everybody ain't on the same page, and then y'all don't have, then you got to have good problem solving techniques. You can't have there's always going to be some moments of jealousy, some moments of, arguments and everything, but you got to have good problem solving techniques in order for it to work. You cannot have that emotional bullshit going on. Before I met my wife, there was a woman that I talked to for about 2 weeks. And in that 2 weeks, I realized, she just want to lay up and she just want to lay up and do nothing. So I was like, I wouldn't do a throuple with you. You just want to lay up and do nothing. You're not even, and she wasn't, it'd have been different if she was like the super homemaker, and then you bring in, and then I would have brought in and had another woman who also provided income. But she sucked as far as the home, just in the interviewing and talking. I realized you suck as far as the homemaker part. So you're going to bring stress. If either one of us got to come home and cook and clean, the fuck? That ain't going to work. Hell no. Like, y'all don't tell my wife. Don't tell my wife, okay? Don't tell her. Don't tell her. Even though she probably on here, but don't tell her. If we were to do a polygamous situation, my wife would be the one to stay at home. If somebody was going to stay at home, my wife would be the one to stay at home. Like, even though she is quite capable of bringing in a nice check, she'd be the one to stay at home. I don't think I've ever met anybody in my life who takes care of a house like her. Now, I've met some women who take care of houses very, very well. I've dated some women who take care of houses very, very well. She at the top. Even though she could bring in a check, I'd be like, nah. You gonna make life easier for everybody else involved. And she be chefing too, like a champ. Like, that's why I need to lose 30 pounds. It's her fault. It's her fault that I need to lose these 30. I was being a good little vegetarian before she came around. And all that chefing she's been doing. And I gained 30 pounds since I met her. But she be the one at home. And then she can do all her little projects that she be trying to do, building this and creating that and all that bullshit. But the other woman, she got to bring a check. Otherwise, that shit wouldn't work. So I know she listens. She probably gonna have something to say when she get home. I don't know. I think she has a doctor's appointment today, so she might be at a doctor's appointment. She ain't listening. But she knows. I already told her that. I already told her, you be the one to stay at the house, girl. Because I wouldn't risk whether or not another woman can take care of the house as well as she does. Hell, even in this moving, she packed up 99% of this house. I packed up like 1%. She packed up 99% of this house. And it's very well organized. Them movers are going to have an easy ass move Friday and Saturday. Isaac's stupid. I don't give a fuck what the Bible say. But don't forget it. The Bible says if you have a wife and you gain a slave wife, I wouldn't have a slave wife. You have to treat the slave wife the same as you would treat the other wife. Now, I would treat both wives equally based on their personality. I think that's what a lot of men who get involved in this situation don't realize. The people, period, need to realize that. You can't treat any two women the same. And even if you're a woman, you cannot treat the other woman and the man the same. And even if you're a woman and you got two dudes, you can't treat the two dudes the same. Everybody has to be treated according to how that person receives love, receives respect, understand respect. You have to treat them in the form that they feel appreciated, that they feel desired, that they feel wanted, that they are important in the relationship. And so you have to be able to treat everybody in the relationship needs to understand that, so that everybody is getting emotionally fulfilled in that relationship, physically fulfilled, financially fulfilled. Everybody needs to be treated in such ways. If you're not, then it's going to fail, because somebody's going to feel slighted. And as people change, you have to understand those changes. You know, I told you guys before, a long time ago, there's a situation where the one woman don't like flowers, the other one like flowers. But then after a while, the one who didn't like flowers starts saying the flowers are nice. So now he has to provide flowers for both of them. You know, he adjusts, because sometimes you don't know. You may think you may not like something until you see it and you see how somebody responds to it. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, that might be nice. I'm going to disagree with you, boss lady. She said that I hear you. I think that in polygamy marriages, the first wife should have her way. She's been there longer. I agree and I disagree. Only because everybody needs to feel important. There was this one young lady when I was dating her, and this is when we met the other woman. And the other woman, she just wanted to be lazy as fuck. But the other reason why that didn't happen is because the one who was there first was of the mindset where she wanted to dominate. She thought that because she was there first, she should be able to dominate the other woman. And I told her, hell no. You know, we're not bringing in a servant. You're not dominating anybody. Nobody's going to be dominated. So I'm pretty sure boss lady didn't mean it to that extent, though. All right. Hold on. All right, everybody. Are we ready for some foolishness? Bring on the foolishness. Bishop Nubs. Look, we don't want to just look at the side of your face. He might be frozen. Are you frozen? Move your head. He's frozen. See, that's what happened when you live. Yeah. Okay, now, okay, you're moving. Speak.
Now. Hello, everybody. How goes the faithful, or the faithless, as the case may be? You know, all inclusive.
What do you got for us today?
I get kicked off of panels and it hurts my feelings.
You what?
I get kicked off of Christian panels and it hurts my feelers. It makes me sad. I go up for the love of Jesus and I get told I'm going to hell and there's no choice for it because I blasphemed the Holy Spirit.
Well, you are going to hell, as far as they're concerned.
Well,
they're just trying to help you.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to go with a little spelling change. Instead of H-E-L-L, I'm going to get rid of one of the L's because then I'm just going to Loki's daughter, who's just in charge of, kind and gentle people that died from old age and farming. So I'm okay with going to hell if it existed.
Oh, yeah. You're breaking up again. So you took
Sorry.
It's because you live out in that. Look at that evil shit.
Look at that. Isn't that some nice work?
Oh, all I see is that evil white shit that's on the ground.
You can't see this beautiful workmanship here?
Yeah, I see that. But the
all pretty and everything.
That is very nice. But that evil white
I
shit.
did a Go't star. I don't bother with it. It's like 40 degrees today. So the white shit might be there, but it is not taking over.
Oh, real quick.
You got it.
Lady, yeah, that I understand what you're saying, boss lady. I just had to respond to that real quick.
Well, I hear the polygamy conversation, and I'm just letting everybody know that I am considering taking on a second. So I have to okay with it, or I have to get the first one to okay it, but we're working on it.
Of course. The first wife has to be okay with. And
well, in all actuality, it is the smartest thing to do if you really think about it. Not on a sex basis. I'm saying like a community basis.
Yeah, community.
I can make an army over a weekend. Just saying.
But anyway, yes, it actually would be more beneficial, and I'm all for it being in whatever variation that a person wants to do it. I've met a woman who has 2 husbands, so if that works for them, that's fantastic.
I think that would be a harder sell for me than, and it's not because I'm saying, oh well, I'm a chauvinist pig. I'm saying like, to my understanding, the roles would be all kinds of twisted if you have 2 leaders.
It doesn't have
unless
to be.
Unless it's a matriarchal establishment.
It can be. Very good.
The funny part about that is I was having a conversation with a Christian right before he threw me off of the panel, where he was arguing that the only reason that any matriarchal society has ever existed is because the man chose to let it happen.
I would say that for either side. Other than back in like hunter-gatherer time frame, because
I would say in order to have a civil, there must be a lag. Sorry. I would say in order to have a civilization, you would need a cooperation, not a competition.
Yes. And that is why
I think the ancient people knew that.
Yeah. And that's why I say that even in the situation where it was 2 men and 1 woman, they worked in a cooperation. They didn't work in a patriarchy or a matriarchy. It was all cooperative. People, they when there was a decision to be made, they talked about it, they debated about it, and it really just came down to a vote of which direction they should go. Whether it was we're going to do this or we're going to do that, if two of them thought that this was the right pathway, then that was generally the pathway that they would take. That's how they solve those types of problems. You know, intimacy wise, they had their times, you know, because the two dudes were straight.
I don't think that's all subpar to what I'm talking about. Like, if I wanted it realistically, I would not need to take on another wife to go out and bang some chicks. You know, like, that's a really bad argument. You're looking to take on community, not looking to get more vaginal whatever.
Well, for some,
like, that's just.
But for some people, that's going to be important because there are situations where one person is just not satisfied by the one person in quantity.
And I'm not saying that does not occur and it's not important in the grand scheme of things. I'm saying as far as the list of the totem pole, where it lies in importance is somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, it's down here, you know.
Definitely.
Like if me and my wife were to participate in polygamy, the sexual part is not at the top, you know. I
think it really depends on where you're at in life as far as being a man and being a woman. Because if you're okay with yourself as a man, it's not going to be about the sex. That's just a bonus.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, it's like one of the main things is setting up ourselves to be able to live. Because I'm 54. You know, it's not that I don't still have a high sexual appetite, but I'm looking 20 years from now.
Right.
How can we live a greater life, more secure life? And also, what kind of legacy can we leave for all the children that are involved? Because they ain't no 5-year-olds walking up in this joint. There ain't no 15-year-olds walking up in this joint either. So it would be like we got we got adult kids. So what can we build so that these adult kids and grandkids and generations grow stronger because of this situation, because of what we're doing?
Right. And I think that's the difference between being mature in these things.
Yeah. And that you froze. You froze, and we're looking inside your nose, checking to see if you have any hitchhikers up in there. Do you have hitchhikers? And Sean, yes, the sex part needs to be in there, and that's a very important part as well. So it depends on the people how important it is, because I do know some situations where one person, they only need sex like once a week. So to have another person to engage the other partner sexually more often is beneficial to them, because now that's a stress that they don't have to worry about involving themselves in that type of intimacy and feeling pressured to do so. Right. And honestly, in the marriage to my kid's mother, if she was willing to be polygamous, it would have worked, because the sexual part was the issue. And if there was another person who was involved that was like, you know, fulfill the rest of my sexual appetite, that whole relationship to have a throuple would have worked, you know. But of course, and at that time frame in my life, well, she wouldn't have went for that anything. Went for that anyway. But in a society where that would have been a norm, or she would have thought that way, it wouldn't have had a problem. Because even though Nuz was saying that you can go out and get it, going out and get it behind the other person's back creates an issue of trust, of distrust. And when the trust is gone, the relationship is over. So there's no reason to continue at that point. But when you so when it's all out in the open, going behind someone's back is never going to be a good thing. But when it's all out in the open, then that makes it work. Everybody is in the know. It's when you do things outside of the know that's when it's problematic. That's when it's problematic. So that's why I think that type of situation is the best situation. You know, is the best situation. And especially in a lot of our communities, in every community, black, white, Asian, doesn't matter. There's a lot of people who are lonely. There's a lot of people who are just by themselves, dealing with the world by themselves. All these 50-year-olds and 60-year-olds really should consider being open to it. Because the companionship, you want to see what finances and companionship would be at the top, right? Because some people in a lot of these situations just want the companionship, the ability to have somebody there that you know that cares about you, that's there to take care of you, there to be emotionally grounding for you. Those are important things that a lot of people are missing. And there's a lot of people who are like, I don't want to share no man and that. Here's the thing. I know as a man that even though my wife thinks very logically, and I always mess with her sometimes, like, you think like a dude sometimes, there are certain emotional levels that my wife has and that any woman has that I could never fulfill, but another woman can. Now, my wife is a little special. She gets along easier with dudes than she does with women. But certain types of other women that she can get along with, they will be able to fulfill certain emotional levels that I can't. I just can't. I'm me. I don't understand it. I don't function off of emotions. I don't make decisions off of emotions anymore. There were some emotional decisions that I made in my past that were bad, but I don't function like that. I don't sense every emotion. If you don't tell me, I'm probably not going to know. So you open your mouth. All right. You said you had a question. I'm trying to let this one other person. I was about to get off, but I'm gonna let this one other person come on from TikTok.
What's going on with you, man?
How you doing? So Mars, are you over 21?
Absolutely. You have talked to me before.
Okay.
Several times.
Okay.
I tend to throw you in circles, but not today.
Okay. What's your question?
It's not based on your topic today, if that's okay.
All right. No, it's a problem.
Yeah, I was just saying to you, like, because I know how you be deconstructing religion and things of that nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
But surface level, it's almost like, so we're not even talking about but then if it's something that is that may be true within any particular religion, right? I find that it's interesting because it becomes the same type of personality things and held by some atheists, where it's just like that also becomes a religious belief. Do you know what I'm getting at?
Actually, I have no idea what you're talking about.
So it's the denial of truth because it doesn't support my belief.
So you're saying that atheist becomes a religion because it's a denial of truth that doesn't support my belief?
No, I'm saying that not you, take out my, because I'm not talking about you. Haven't seen that display with you. So I ain't talking about you at all. I'm just talking about the attitude itself. And I was just saying, like, what do you have to say about that?
About atheism is in denial because of denial of truth because it doesn't have proof?
Not because, but things that, so like if you have something that shows to be true, but it doesn't support an atheist claim, they will deny it just as a religious person will deny something that is true because it doesn't support their belief.
No, I don't think that is the basis of the atheist movement.
No, I'm not talking about the movement. We're talking individuals.
Even within the individual, I think the average atheist is just saying that there is no truth. If there's a truth, then the truth is accepted. But you have to be able to demonstrate it being true. Are we on the same, talking about the same thing?
Kind of, sort of. You look at.
You breaking up.
Yeah.
You are
an apologist.
I don't know anything everything you said, all I heard was apologist position. You broke up the whole rest of the time. I think his phone just rang right now because it all of a sudden went dark.
Yeah, you're taking an apologist. So let's say somebody who just says all the religion is false. Everything in the book is false. Right? Everything in all of the books are false just because it's the book. But then something comes out to be true and they reject it due to the fact that it doesn't support their claim. It could be anything.
No, well, see, that's the thing. I have yet to talk to an atheist who wouldn't recognize that the Bible claiming that Rome was in charge of Judea during the time frame of the 1st century would then say that that part was false. That's something that we know is true. So we wouldn't invalidate that aspect of it. All the miracles and things, that's the part that we take issue with. So, yeah, I yet to meet an atheist that the few historical things that are in the Bible of cities that existed, certain people that we can demonstrate existed, no problems with that. Hezekiah, did he exist? Most likely. Did he fight against the Assyrians? Yes. Did an angel come and kill 180,000 of the Assyrian troops? There's zero proof of that. And actually, there's more proof against it. So that part is not acceptable.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. I was just looking at just that whole dynamic period. Maybe because I'm sure I could find me an atheist right now that would say Hezekiah didn't exist. I guarantee you. And it's like one of those things where, just like you would say certain things about what that's in the Bible, that's not necessarily a popular claim.
Right.
You could find somebody but one of those things like, because that's kind of like what the argument be most of the time. By the way, I'm not Christian, so right. I have no.
You ain't got no skin in the game.
Yeah, I have no skin in the game for what I'm saying.
Yeah. Now,
it's like when you sit up. So if you want to look at who I am, it's me looking on the outside, looking at a lot of these arguments, and both people denying truth because it doesn't support their particular belief.
Well, I think that when it comes to most atheist people, I think if you show them the proof, then if they was walking in the door, if they came onto this podcast right now and they was like, well, Hezekiah never existed. And then I demonstrate to them that, well, we have outside authorities that demonstrate that Hezekiah fought against the Assyrians based on the recordings of Sennacherib that were found on the walls in Nineveh. That they would then be accepting of that, okay, you got Sennacherib, who we know existed, got coins and pottery and all this kind of stuff that are contemporary to his time. And during that contemporary time frame, he talked about his conquest of northern Israel and Judea. Then, okay, he said that Hezekiah paid him the tribute. And so he retracted his army and allowed Jerusalem to be a puppet regime. Hezekiah probably existed. I think they would then say that he existed. But that's the thing about atheists, it just has to be demonstrated.
Well, depends.
Well, if they're an intelligent and honest atheist, then they'll accept it. Now, just like in Christianity or any other religion, you have people.
Hold on. Those two prerequisites is what I'm talking about. So take the atheist off and put intelligent and honest, and then you get kind of where I'm at with it. That you hit the nail right on the head.
And that's what I was going to say. You got people who are not intelligent. And when I say intelligent, it doesn't mean that you know everything, but you're open to learning. You have a willingness to learn. And then honest is when you accept the information that you learn when it's been proven. You're going to find that in every belief system, right?
Correct.
I mean,
that's what I was getting at. Now we're on the same page.
Yeah.
That was the like I said, you hit the nail right on the head. I didn't know how to articulate it before to kind of get a common ground.
Right.
It's just like unintelligent, dishonest people. And I don't know which one. I think one begets the other. Because it's the lack of intelligence leads to dishonesty, and the dishonesty leads to a lack of intelligence. It's like circular.
Yeah.
And and then when you start talking about religiosity, right? So this is to ignore. If we're defining it from a perspective to ignore facts and things of that nature to support belief, I think you find it on both sides of the fence.
I do think you'll find it you will find it on both sides of the fence. But what you will also find on both sides of the fence is that they are polar opposite. On the religious side, you have more people who will ignore facts in order to fit their narrative than on the atheist side, where you have less people who will ignore facts to support their narrative. And so I think it's a counterbalance in that way, which makes it where you have more religious people who will believe the myth over.
Well, I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly, only because, but the why behind the what is because usually atheism is a decision where religion can be, is usually, what's the word I'm looking for?
What?
Culturally conditioned.
Conditioned, indoctrination.
Yeah, without those words.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's a thought process when an individual comes to it on their own. But sometimes it's to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Because you have people who become atheists based on a bad experience with a particular religion. So it's an emotional response to things opposed to an intellectual pursuit.
True. And what I've seen, even with the people who have walked away from a religion because of an experience, or the common term of church hurt that you hear.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
But
crazy. I just want to say this real quick. I say, but that is crazy that that's even a term that people use now. It fits, but it's crazy that it's a term like church trauma, or
it's a crazy term. It shouldn't exist.
That's what I'm saying.
But it does, and unfortunately, it does. But the thing about it, though, is that the overwhelming majority of people who experience something traumatic in the church that makes them, it's usually at that pain point that makes them then go and start researching for themselves. Because most people, you got two types of people who how they deal with church hurt. One person they get church hurt, and then they just hop over to another church. Right. Yeah. And they just church hopping because they felt hurt by this pastor lied to me. This pastor violated me, or, the tenants or whatever, and they're hurt. And so they go and find another church because they still want to maintain their belief. The other type of church hurt person gets hurt, but then starts to study it and come to the realization that I was hurt because I allowed myself to be involved in something that's completely untrue. I allowed my emotional connections to be in something that's actually a violation of what my moralities are. So it happens to both. You have people in the church who have experienced church, but they just jump, find a new pastor. But for the atheists, we just walk away after studies. It encourages study. I think his phone ringing or something because he's on it went away.
No, I'm listening. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so I mean, I understand what you're saying, and church hurt shouldn't exist. If the doctrines of Christianity, which is the one I deal with the most, the doctrine that people have about Christianity, you shouldn't have church hurt if people follow the current doctrine. But the doctrine doesn't match the actual Bible. And so when they violate you and you start reading the book, you start seeing the difference between the doctrine and the Bible itself, which then makes you start wondering, well, what the hell is this? How can there be a doctrine that is opposed to the actual book?
I think that's a unique problem for Christianity.
Well, this is in Islam too, and Judaism.
Not so much.
Islam allows you to have slaves. Islam tells you that you can kill the infidels.
Like I said, not so much.
It's still there.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. But what I'm saying to you in a nutshell is the demonstration of, so like there's things that are, you can, but do you? Right? So when you're talking about Judaism, you know, the way that they practice, the way that it's not in total opposition from the core tenets. If that makes sense.
But it is.
Like, so, yeah, people do stuff, but they don't teach it in a way that, like, Christianity is unique in that way. Like, I could get 4 different denominations of Christianity and they will argue about who God is.
Yeah.
Which is unique to Christianity.
What do you mean? Sunnis and Shia.
Sunnis and Shiites, though, they argue about who God is. They agree on who God is, who the prophet is. Where their contention comes in is who was supposed to lead the Muslims or
right.
Or
who's supposed to lead them, what they're supposed to follow. But Christians do the same thing. Christians believe in Jesus. Christians.
No, some believe it's the Son of God. I've heard Christians say that the Trinity, right? They'll say the Trinity, and then you have the Unitarians, and they're in it. They are in opposition of what God is, who God is. Then you have Messianic.
I understand what you're saying. And, I understand what you're saying. I can agree to that to a certain point. Like Jehovah's Witnesses are still Christians, but they have a different idea. They don't think Jesus is the same as God.
Correct.
Whereas,
there's a core, like in any religion, you have a foundation. The very foundation is who God is. In all of them, Buddhists, Hindus, so on and so forth. You have different kind of Buddhists. You have different kind of Hindus is a little bit different. Hindus, because you could be an atheist Hindu, which I don't understand how that works.
I ain't never heard that one before. I don't see how you could be.
No, you can be an atheist Hindu the way that they have it set up.
That don't make sense.
But for the most part, across the board, you know, Christianity is it's unique in that way, the way that the doctrine is done. That's all I'm saying. I'm not casting any judgment on it and saying it's worse than other things, unless it demonstrates such. But I'm just saying the way that the doctrine is, it's almost like there is no core. Like there is no core to heresy across the board. If that's a thing.
I understand what you're saying, but I think that most Christians, most people who claim the title of Christianity, they believe in the Trinity, right? Most of them.
They would believe in the Trinity, but then you'll have those that says, okay, I believe in the Trinity. Jesus too is God, and then you have those who say Jesus is not God.
Right, and I was going to say you do have some offshoots, but out of the 2 billion Christians in the world, the overwhelming majority of them believe that Jesus and God are one and the same. Right?
I don't know about that, brother.
No, because you got to realize the overwhelming majority of Christians are Protestants and Catholics. And in Protestantism and Catholicism, and even in some of the branches even in most of the branches from those religions, they believe in the Trinity.
Yeah.
So you got your differences are your Mormons and Jehovah's Witness. You have
the Baptists. You got the Baptists.
The Baptists believe in Jesus. They believe in the Trinity.
No, they do. But when you get down into the conversation about who God is and the hypostasis and all that kind of stuff, you start finding out they don't even believe in God the same.
Yes, they do. What are you talking about? The Trinity, as long as they believe in the Trinity, and then there may be differences in how you get to heaven, whether you got to be baptized, submerged, and that's the biggest. That was the biggest separation is submerged, and then you got your raptures and things of that nature. They get into disagreements about those types of things. But as far as Jesus and God and the Holy Spirit being one and the same, they believe in that. They follow the Nicene Creed. So do Catholics and the Methodists and the Episcopalians and all other forms of Protestantism. Well, most other forms of Protestantism, they accept all of that. Calvinists, all of them accept that. It is when you get to the offshoots of Jehovah's Witness and Mormons where you start getting the differences. But they are the minority in that Christian majority.
I got you.
Yeah, so the majority of them have the same belief as to what and who God is. They just have, as the Sunnis and Shiites and whatnot, how you are to worship this God. What are the tenets of this God? What's the doctrines of this God? Right, but they believe that they're speaking for the same God.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you're talking about Islam or however you want to pronounce it, they when you look at it, they all believe in the same God. There's no point of contention there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know of any offshoot versions of Islam that don't think that Allah is just one being and that Muhammad was his messenger and Isa is a great prophet. They all pretty much agree with that. So, but you're talking about a religion that came 600 years later who piggybacked on Judaism and Christianity. So it's kind of like the little brothers have a tendency to be better than the older brother kind of situation.
Yeah, well, that's that on that, and then if you just look at Judaism, it's just weird, man. It's just weird if you want to talk about them three. It's like if you really put them side by side, you would think like you would think that Christianity and Judaism would line up more so than Judaism and Islam. But what you find is Judaism and Islam match up more so, and Christianity is like the middle one that is just like different.
Yeah, I mean, you would think so, but not really, because Christianity came out of Judaism believing that the Messiah had came and that the Messiah, and so because the rejection of the Messiah for both Judaism and Islam, they're going to
reject the Messiah.
Now they reject him as a Messiah. He's not a Messiah. He's a prophet.
No, they accept him as the Messiah. They definitely accept him as the Messiah.
I've never. Are you Muslim?
Yeah.
You're the only Muslim that I've ever met that has ever said that Jesus is the
word calling him the Messiah is in the Quran. You never asked the question.
No, I always ask, what do you consider Jesus?
They say he's a prophet, but they don't say Christians believe that he was a prophet and the Messiah. Yeah, no, it's not the fact that they reject him as being a Messiah. No, they absolutely accept him as being a Messiah and a prophet.
I gotta look. There's Islam.
Yeah, you're gonna get 100% yes across the board for that. That ain't nobody rejecting that. That's not
Okay. In the Quran, Jesus is described as a Messiah, born of a virgin, performed miracles, accomplished. Okay.
Yeah.
Something new every day. Learn something new every day. Okay. So, but Christians, I guess, because Christians look at him as a Messiah and being one with God, whereas Islam don't see him as being one with God. And that would be the difference. And the Messiah is never, in Judaism, the Messiah is never situated to be one with God. So I can actually see how Judaism and Islam are closer than Christianity because of the Trinity. The Trinity is what creates the bigger divide between Judaism and Christianity.
Correct. The way that they look at the law. So if you look at the law of Jews, the Levitical laws, and then you look at Sharia, yes, Sharia is abrogated. It's different, but it's pretty much it's very similar.
Mm-hmm.
They mirror one another. There's not too many things that are in consequential things that are in Sharia that is not in Levitical.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's like Judaism remix, if you want to put it that way.
You saying Christianity is Judaism remix?
No.
Islam is Christianity, is Judaism remix. Yeah.
Christianity is a whole different, it could be considered a whole different religion that doesn't even stem, even though it does textually, but doctrine-wise and belief-wise,
Yeah. I mean,
it's a whole different being.
it's like Mormonism is to Christianity.
Correct.
Yeah, I get it.
Correct. It's like, okay, yeah, I hear you. It's like the Nation of Islam to Islam.
Yeah.
We can go on and on and on.
Yeah.
But I'm about to get out of here, but I just wanted to hit you with this, man. I started writing a book, my man.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. The name of the book is A Practical Guide to Knowing Almost Nothing and Being Extremely Certain.
A practical guide to almost knowing nothing but being extremely certain.
And being extremely certain of it.
And what is the basis of this book? Like, what is it about? Like,
it's about just being able to say, I don't know.
Okay.
You know, being able to situate yourself or breaking reality down into three categories: that which you observe, that which you know to be true, that which you know to be false. And the category which most things fall into is I don't know.
Yeah.
And when you become able to say I don't know, you by default, that which you do know, because you've removed a lot of the conjecture from your assumptions that you claim to know that you don't know, that which you do know becomes even more certain. There's no, you could be in a room full of 1 million people, ain't nobody gonna tell you you ain't there. Or there's certain that 2 + 2 gonna equal 4, no matter how many people say it's 5.
So is this a religious book, or this is just like a self-help style book?
Man, more so like a self-help. I'm not really like, I'm Muslim, but I don't require that of anybody around me. Like, my thing is, what's the truth?
Okay. So,
you know what I'm saying? So I'm not really like, so I don't align on really like, oh, we say the same thing on religious things. I mean, if it be true, yes, but if it do not be true, I'll walk away from it. So, or I won't say that I don't necessarily, I'll put it in the I don't know category. For example, if someone was to tell me that as far as Islam goes, the Kaaba there's no historical evidence, right, for the Kaaba being built by Abraham, I have to concede.
Right.
I don't have any.
Right.
I'm not going to say, yes, there is, and I don't have any.
Right.
You know, do I believe it to be true? Sure.
Why?
He said, "Why?
Yeah.
Just cause, and that's a bad answer.
It's a terrible answer, but it's your answer.
I guess I'll say this: I don't know. That's really the truth. I don't know. That's really what I'm saying. I don't know if it's historically. I'm not gonna say it didn't happen that way because I don't have anybody writing about it. You get what I'm saying? So that's my position on that.
I mean, I understand that, and I can respect the fact that you say you don't know. I just can't believe something that I don't have any proof about.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't know. I don't know.
But I wouldn't put it in the sense of I'm just going to believe it, though.
No, I got you. That's why I corrected it. I believe that's what it says, but I don't know. Right. I don't know that to be,
Right. Somebody decided to say that, and then they didn't need to provide any proof, and they didn't provide any proof because, like I was saying with the topic of today, when those in power make those kinds of statements, people just follow it because the person in power decided so.
Yeah, I mean, other things like, for example, people that say, the idea that Muhammad couldn't read at all, was illiterate.
Right.
I don't necessarily believe that either.
Doesn't the Quran say that he had to have people write it down what he was saying?
No, it doesn't say that. It says it calls him the unlettered prophet. And if you look at what unlettered mean, there's two different meanings, or there's two different ways for that to be interpreted. So like if I pulled out a physics books and you would have no knowledge of physics.
So what does unlettered mean?
That's what I'm explaining to you. It can mean illiterate all the way around, but it also can mean that, like I said, if I pulled out a physics book, you don't know anything about physics. Doesn't mean that you can't read or write. It's just that you're not familiar with this particular subject.
Okay.
So from that perspective, he was not a theologian.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's evidence that he wrote a letter to Heraclius and all of this kind of stuff, and then people were following his like the whole idea that people were following his way, doing things, and by all estimations, all historical data during that time, literacy flew out the roof. So it doesn't make sense that all the followers were learning how to read and he did not. If he couldn't.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
No, I understand what you're saying. I don't know nowhere near as much about Islam. I studied it for like just 1 year and I was good. So, and that was 30 years ago. So I don't know much about Islam. That's why the channel's called Deconstructing Christianity, not Deconstructing Islam or Deconstructing Religion. Cause I just don't know as much about Islam, not to that degree. So I understand what you're saying. I can only go based on what you're telling me as far as his level of literacy and whether or not that claim is true or false.
Yeah, I was going back and forth with a Christian lady, and I wasn't trying to be, like I said, I don't have any axe to grind, but every time I would show her something that was historically proven because she said it was false, like the letter to, not the letter, but that Muhammad predicted the win of Rome over the Persians prior to it happening. I gave her, 10 scholarly reviews, secular scholarly reviews, and she was like, they're all false. They're lying. And these are secular. She wanted to make all of them be Muslim because, of course, to go into that subject in depth, most of the time, they're going to be in Islamic studies. This is what makes them a scholar in said subject. But all of them were saying that these people were also saying, hey, I'm not a Muslim. Then it was a guy that was, he ran a church. But for her, it was just like, I'm going to reject it. Or like, for example, the scientific claim about the people get it twisted when it says the fluid emits from the back. And then in the 80s, they found out that there's I forgot what it's called, spinal ejaculation generator is what it's called. And it talks about how from the spinal cord, that is where the, when you ejaculate, that's where the generator comes from the spine.
Okay.
Which could not possibly be known during that time.
I wouldn't say that.
That's false too.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, the Egyptians were doing brain surgeries and things of that nature long before it was rediscovered by Westerners. So I wouldn't necessarily say what could have been known and what was not known in those different time frames, because we have ages of information increase and decrease. And then certain regions have information that other regions didn't have.
I would say based on, I guess, westernized knowledge. And I get where you're coming from. I'm not making that claim either. What I am saying, though, is the fact that it made the claim and the claim is true. It's not false. And like I said, I don't have a way, because if it was, I would be the first to tell you. If I see something that says, nope, it can't be true because of this.
Yeah.
I would say, fine.
That's all
I was saying.
I mean, that particular claim, and how I would do every claim is a lot of people take things from old writings and then they make it fit into things that we know now. So if I was researching that, I would probably go back to see what did it mean to those people at that time frame when he made that statement, because it may mean something different than what we've made it mean today. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you, but it's not retrofitted. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's
it could be, though. Could it not be something that it couldn't be something that he meant something else that was true of the knowledge of the people at that time frame, but now people have renegotiated it to mean what we now know of science? How can you definitely quantify that?
I could definitely quantify that because it lines up. It's not, like the things coming from the lumbar or whatever the case, the ejaculator coming from that place. And so it wouldn't be retrofitting. If it was understood, then it was understood.
So that's what I'm saying. You can look back. You've looked back at the language and the understanding of the people at that time frame to be able to know that when Muhammad said something about what did you say, the liquid going down the back?
No, it's the ejaculator where it's emitting from the back.
He said the ejaculate emits from the back. Basically,
between the backbone and the where it starts at, and the whole claim is it does not. So the opposing claim is that we know that sperm originates in the testicles,
right?
But that's not what it's saying at all.
So he's saying that sperm originates in your back.
No.
What is he saying then?
Hey, I'll read it to you.
No, tell me, because I'm already way over time.
Yeah, I'm just saying what it's saying is it's basically talking about the process, not the fluid itself.
The process of what? The ejaculate?
Of ejaculation.
That the process of ejaculation starts in your back.
Look up the spinal ejaculation generator, and it'll make sense to you from that perspective. And then you can correlate it to what I'm saying, opposed to for me trying to explain it to you. It's basically if you get paralyzed and everything down below, you can still everything, but you won't be able to ejaculate because there's a problem with your spine. It just won't be, you won't be able to perform that particular function.
Okay.
Because the generator is there in the back.
Okay, I see what you're talking about. I understand what you're saying. And you're saying that Muhammad said this back then.
Correct. So I'm saying even if it was known back then, I'm not making the claim that no one knew this then. I'm just saying that it was true.
Okay.
He got it from somewhere else.
Yeah, because I mean that could have been derived from the fact of somebody being paralyzed and witnessing people being paralyzed in it from the, you know, by getting hit in the back and so forth, and then realizing that okay, now that you got paralyzed, so you can't ejaculate, so your ejaculations must initiate from something within your spine.
Great. I'm not making the claim that
but ancient Buddhist and Hindu people knew that.
Again, I'm not making the claim that he knew something that no one else could possibly know. That's not where I'm sitting at it. I'm just saying that the fact that she was just saying that it's not true and rejecting modern science.
No, I mean, that's just a person. That's a person who's just speaking from the level of knowledge that they had at that time, that they have. And
that's all I'm saying. And you know, even when they put in front of it,
yeah, that just goes back to intelligence.
Yeah, I put exactly in front of you what you said, and she was like, "It doesn't say it comes from the back."
I mean, I have to read that part of the Quran to see exactly what it's saying, but not today, because
I ain't suggesting that. But that was the point. The only point I was making to you, my man, was, you know, like I think that even with you across the board, I think a lot of people that are in the form of atheist, they're really seekers of truth.
Yeah,
I think that is the fundamental point.
That's what makes us atheists, is that we researched and we look for the truth, and until we find truth, we're not just going to take the assumption of belief.
Yeah, but then but in some cases, the absence of things for me leads to other things. Like I would never, like I was listening to a live the other day, and he was talking about, he was explaining existence, right? And he was like, he told him and the other guy, you might know him, Banco, whatever his name is, the guy that African guy. Yeah, he gets up there and rants.
Who did you say?
Banga, something like that. He's an atheist guy that just rants, African guy. But anyway, he had some guy on there. He told him that they was both detectives, and existence is the crime, is how he described it. It was analogy. And I was laughing at his analogy, because I'm like, yeah, but you're saying you're a detective to find a crime that you know happened, and then coming to the conclusion no one did it.
I actually don't see the problem with that one, because there is with the information that's available to us, then there is no proof that someone did it.
No. I'm just saying the analogy. Come on.
Yeah.
I ain't talking about, take off. That's what I said. I'm not coming at you. I'm just saying, when I'm telling you my perspective of things, not in like, I respect yours, but I said, but with me personally, there are certain things, like if I come home and there's a bunch of dishes in the sink, somebody put them there.
Yeah, for this.
That's my logical conclusion. Now, do I know who did it? No.
Yeah, but that's a bad analogy in comparison to existence.
I'm just saying, if I see a design, if I see a jacket, and it's clearly designed,
it's still a bad analogy, because there is no proof of design. With all the things that happen in nature are more cause and effect than not design. But man, because we have the ability of imagination, we have the ability of creativity, we can design things based on what nature has created through cause and effect. So creation, what we call creation, is nothing more than cause and effect of energies and manipulation of matter, and matter coming in contact with other matters. And and this has been demonstrated and has been observed. So
no, I get where you're coming from, and I get your understanding.
So those analogies of, I see some dishes in my house, I see a jacket, they don't fit the creator, a creator analogy, because it's like Schroeder's cat.
No,
the cat is in the box because we know somebody had to put a cat in the box. But to say the cat's existence is because of a designer, because the cat exists, doesn't fit, because we can go back and see the evolution of the cat.
No, I get it. Yeah. I mean, I get where you're coming from. Like I said,
but bruh, I gotta go. I'm hungry as hell. I've been on here for 4 hours.
I'm gonna say this before you go.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't trying to argue the point. I respect what you said. You know, I just sit differently, and that's just that on that. I can respect it, though.
No, I got you. I'm with you, and you know, it's all respect due. All respect back to you. That's why we have a peaceful conversation, not one of them crazy.
Because I ain't got no damn grinding.
Right, exactly.
You know, and I'm gonna say this last piece, man, and you probably appreciate it. Generally speaking, when people are so adamant on either side to get the other person to believe what they believe, it's because they don't really believe what they're saying.
True. I grant you. They don't really believe. Yeah.
It's like, I don't believe this shit. Do you? Now I can too.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, man. I'm hungry. It's lunchtime, and my blood sugar low. No, I just I am hungry though, and it's been 4 hours.
How you know you got blood sugar and you ain't never seen it? Later,
man. Bye. Cause we can test it. That's how. Bye. I just saw what my A1C numbers are, because for my blood test, so I can go see this doctor. Try so he can tell me that I'm pre. Have y'all ever heard of pre-diabetic? Nope. Don't even worry about that, because we're getting off here. It's been almost 4.5 hours, and y'all know that means I'm 1 hour over my normal time. So, but I appreciate everybody being on here. We will be back live again tomorrow at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. So I look forward to our conversation tomorrow. I do not know what we're going to be talking about tomorrow, but it hardly ever stays on subject matter anyway. So until tomorrow, I appreciate everybody who's a member. Thank you for I never got to say it directly. Thank you, Professor Hizzle, for your super chats today. I greatly appreciate those. He had to give another super chat just because Scott tricked us. But I appreciate everybody for being here. Thank you for all the members. Thank you for the gifts, the roses. Bobby, appreciate that. I really appreciate you guys for being members and subscription holders and super fans. So thank you guys very much. I look forward to our conversation tomorrow. I will be publishing some videos in the next few hours. I got to eat lunch first. And so it'll be later on this evening. So y'all have a great day. And I look forward to our conversation tomorrow. Always remember, you have to free yourself to be yourself, because your greatness is non-negotiable. Good journey, good vibrations. And we're closing out.